you'll see that you've always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of this life believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best. Teach a system I invest, never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Out there somewhere, I swear I could find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. I got all the voters.
I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love to race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they look and see through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier, in the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us all worth hearing. No, I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier, in the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be, put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is that believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an inch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing. Put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the shit take control of your team. And if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving. And you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past and you'll see that you've always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of this life believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go.
Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit in a plan and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best. Teach a system I invest, never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing.
Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Today we crown ourselves a champion. Welcome in everybody to the Season 4 finale of the PlausibleGaming Championship Series featuring Counter-Strike 2. My name is Llama77, joined by the handsomest caster in the entire world. It's Buffo Bob. Bob, how you doing this afternoon?
You can't keep on giving me these compliments. You're gonna make me blush. I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited. Yesterday we were here starting on a great path of semifinals where we saw Tryhards beat to good old Zero Tier 2-0 fashion. Quite strong, going 13-3 on Inferno, 13-7 on Nuke, and then we saw the second final, or semifinal, which was just about as close, where Unstoppables ended up beating good old Takeo in 2-0 in similar ways, but it was action. All of those battles now lead up to today, where the grand finals between Tryhards and Unstoppables remains. And to return the question, what are we thinking, Llama?
I mean, I'm just thinking about the excitement between these two teams.
Yeah.
You're talking about two teams that won off of 2-0 victories, stole away their opponent's map pick to get those victories just yesterday. They had to win those best of threes. Today it gets a little bit more exciting. We extend the series out to those best of 5. A little bit more chance of wiggle room. Even more work to try and pick it back up.
Absolutely, and make sure that all of those battles yesterday weren't for naught, and in the meanwhile, we have 5 maps today. Yesterday was a bit more rough. Even then, the teams could have afforded to lose a map and then hope to win the next 2, but in the meanwhile, today we have 5 full maps, and that's the longest we can go off. And before we head into the match, Llama, firstly, we want to thank PlausibleGaming for allowing all of this to happen, and you should join along the non-toxic community. Second along, I believe it's time to take a look at some of these highlights.
Yeah, we'll get to look at Tryhards first. This was a team that absolutely exploded onto sites. You get to see spray transfers aplenty from them, and every single player was always stepping up. Indigo in that opera role, but also having Rage Machine as that really big entry snowball to blow open things. They opened up this first map with such a tear. I mean, you look at the scoreline at the top. This was Zero Tears map pick to start out, and Tryhards just demolished it.
Absolutely, and they did not stop once going towards Nuke. On Inferno, they started going in strong, they continued stronger, and on Nuke, they might have had a bit of trouble in that end game, but they were able to prevail. That first half really helped them out, just not only score-wise, but the amount of mental damage they did, especially with these knives. And Llama, I think we can both remember how many we had yesterday.
There were just an incredible amount.
Too many.
And you get to see it over and over and over again. Stanny picks up one there as well. Tryhards were able to really clean up now. I will say Zero Tier battled back towards the end. I think the final scoreline of this one ended around 12-7. So for Tryhards, they gave a couple rounds in a row. That's not something you want to establish as a trend in the overall grand finals here today, because we've seen Unstoppables and how good their team is on the other side.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at Unstoppables. But before we do, I mean, Tryhards, they tried hard, and not as much although. I feel like they were sweating over a cold stove, not needing to do as much. But today, we're going to need to see what they're going to be able to do against the true challengers, Unstoppables here, who put up a decent performance themselves, even making a very similar scoreline between the two maps when it comes down to both the winner teams, even though they weren't quite tied for the very beginning up against Takeo. But Unstoppables, towards that mid-game, they started pulling in their weight. They started ascending higher and higher, and the more strength they gained, the larger amount of rounds they gained, and just like that, I mean, they got themselves not only Mirage, but Train afterwards as well.
Oh, got to see some Train. I know, one of my personal favorites. You're a little bit more towards the differential side of it, but I really like how they use Decayed over and over, throwing them into different positions, different weaponry, changing up the flow of the map by how many kills they were able to get, and then specifically those clutches. I think from Choppa and from BV, they had these moments of explosiveness, where Unstoppables, just really true to the name, were unstoppable.
Absolutely. Takeo, they tried standing up against him, and then they realized they can't ram themselves into an unstoppable force, such as we witnessed it yesterday. There were times of aggression where Takeo really did put up an effort, but even then, Unstoppables, the final one or even two players were managing to clutch it up, where we saw quad kills, especially Choppa being a highlight of yesterday's gameplay on Train specifically, and Takeo not standing a chance, like we talked about it. Both of the semifinals ended up 2-0. Unstoppables, Tryhards, both of them were more than dominant and more than deserving of these grand finals. We're looking at Train here. We're looking at these shots. Headshots are pinpointed, and in the meanwhile, there's not really much to stop them. You could even say that they're unstoppable Trains.
They got the call in, they got the movement, and they have been really solid to get towards this grand finals. But now you get to throw all of that out the window. It is an absolutely clean slate here for these two teams. Win 3 and you are a grand finalist. Lose 3, well, you gotta wait until next season to try and hoist that trophy.
Yeah, but Llama, grand finals are not grand finals without the arena, and each battle, each gladiator need a place to fight in. And just like yesterday, we had 3 maps for each semifinal, and for the largest map of them all, the largest match in general, we're going to be having 5 of them today. And Llama, would you like to start off with the first ban on the veto?
I know you were looking forward to it, so it's a little bit sad to say, but Anubis will be the first one taken off the board. Tryhards don't want to play. It's a little bit more neutral map, but instead, that is their sole ban. So that's the one they're saying, we really do not want to play this one. Not comfortable on. We're taking it out.
And, well, Unstoppables, they witnessed what Tryhards truly can do on Nuke and how much of a wrecking force they can be there, so they didn't want to challenge them on such a home-felt place, and in that, Unstoppables, the first ban of theirs and the second ban in general will be Nuke.
played really strong in it. I mean, it's no surprise, really able to smash, find those different angles, and Nuke, as we've said time and time again, is just one of those maps. You either really know it, or you really don't, and in this case, you use your one ban on it, it's gone and out of the board. But that does mean we get our first map selection, where we're going to be starting off for the day is Inferno.
That's going to be the first map, just like yesterday, and following Inferno, like yesterday, we finished it, will be Train, picked by none other than Unstoppables, who yet again, like from yesterday, they want to continue where they left off.
I love to see Train in there. I think it's a little bit more different of a map, and getting back into the pool, the newest addition, maybe some teams haven't been practicing it, so can be one of those picks that can be a game changer. But I'm excited to see a map that we didn't get to see all yesterday in Dust 2, which is our third guaranteed map of the day, selected by Tryhards.
And that's going to be the possible last, but also if both of these teams end up being rivals, as they've seen, they seem to be quite competent against each other and many others. So today we're going to have to see how long they can really put each other through, how well they can exhaust one another. And well, for the fourth one, if we end up getting to it, which I'm crossing my fingers for, will be none other than Mirage.
I love it. I think Mirage is a good little solid map number 4.
It is.
And we get to end it off with Ancient. One of those A maps, another one we didn't really get to see yesterday. I feel like adds a lot of spice. Even though it's an older map, you have a lot of mid control. You have a lot of plays that need to be focused on utility. And utility usage was almost perfection from these two teams yesterday. So seeing them get to clash is really phenomenal. But today would not be possible without Plausible Gaming and their non-toxic gaming environment. If you guys at home want to check out all of what they've got to offer, not only here for Counter-Strike, but PUBG, make sure you're checking it out. Maybe you don't have a team, don't worry. They've got a looking for group section as well.
Absolutely. And currently they're also hosting a beautiful giveaway for 2 skins, an AK-47 and M4A1S. So make sure to enter that. It's going to be dropped a link in the Twitch chat. And of course, everyone can go join in along it. Go on Twitter, check it out, follow the socials, and get yourself some good skins, or at least try to participate. It's free, doesn't hurt. And like we said, it's going to be a riled up match today, especially because Ancient is going to be the last map. I feel like not seeing Ancient really makes us want to see this final map, as it will be also probably the most legendary one of them all.
I love going max distance. I think seeing all the Counter-Strike we can today is going to be exciting. But in case you guys at home are like, oh no, Bob, I missed all the action today. I missed the Counter-Strike. I had to step away to go put my laundry in the basket. Well, don't worry. You can follow the YouTube and check out all of the clips and highlights from both, not only Counter-Strike, but when we activate our PUBG championships just as well.
Ooh, all right, so make sure to always check out the YouTube, like Llama said, and of course, if you're going to be here today, or maybe it won't be the full day, or you just want to rewatch what happens, because the action, let's say, it's uncomparable. This is going to be top notch. You really want to go back to see it again? Like Llama mentioned, the YouTube's there, it's all linked, and get yourself up on it as well. And of course, join the non-toxic community here that is fantastically given up and offered to you by Plausible Gaming. And in the meanwhile, Llama, let's talk about these maps, let's talk about the upcoming matches, and let's talk about the teams as the first map, Inferno. What are we thinking?
I feel like both teams have showed some strength in terms of these neutral maps, and when going on Inferno, it was the first map we got to see towards the end of the series yesterday with that secondary team of Unstoppables punching their ticket here. But it just, to me, I don't know, Tryhards activated this different force inside of them. They were very quick on their rotations, engaging in very, very snappy plays. On the other side for Unstoppables, overall, they had really good mindset changes and really good mid-round calls. My question is going to be, are they going to get to that mid-round, or are Tryhards going to run them over before they can find that?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. We're going to have to see. It also depends on how they're going to be interacting with each other. Maybe that's also going to be forcing a bit of adaptation. Going to have to let time tell us. But before that, we also have some more maps to discuss. Train. Train is a really interesting map. Now, it is all around the place, but there's that vertical level you can take with it. There's many more aspects, and you have a lot of safety ones going between the sites. But do keep in mind that on Train, once you get onto site, there are a lot of angles, there are a lot of peaks, and there are a lot of settings that those default angles that the defenders, CTs and Ts both like to hold, and you have to be wary of where you're stepping into, because once you start the action on A or on B, you need to finish what you started.
I think Train is kind of the most interesting of these 5 maps because it's the one that Unstoppables really did dominate yesterday, where Nuke is out of the pool. That could be the swing they need to take that map, to swing the series in their favor. But enough talk about these maps. Bob, I'm gonna need a prediction. Give me the series and give me this first game. What you got?
Okay, now you're putting me on the spot. Now give me a moment. I wasn't ready for it. You kind of threw a curveball there. So, honestly, going into it, I'm going to take your words into account. Tryhards, they come off aggressive, they come off strong in the very beginning, and Unstoppables haven't faced them just yet, and I think Unstoppables are going to need a bit more than a map to get fully used to their playstyle, especially seeing as it will be none other than Inferno, meaning Tryhards, they already know their routes, corners, and of course, their peaks here, meaning I think they have a bit of an upper hand, so Tryhards win 13-9, and series point, I'll give to Unstoppable 3-1.
Interesting. Okay, I semi-agree with that. I think that Tryhards are mostly going to come out very quickly. I think it's a little bit further of a scoreline. I'm going to say 13-5 Tryhards on this map, number 1 entry, and I think it's going to be 3-1 overall to Tryhards. I think the map that Unstoppables does get is Train, but they're going to need to find some speed to be able to match that speed on the other side. And I think with Tryhards, their versatility in a couple different roles, I think we're in for a very good grand finals. But, I mean, they've won 2 out of the 3 seasons for a reason. They're trying to make it 75%.
Trying to make it just like that. I think the one thing with Tryhards is they're going to be good at the start. But towards the end game, even towards onto the second and third map, they're going to start losing it. Keep in mind that once playing against Zero Tier, the scorelines went from Inferno being 13-3 and Nuke being 13-7. That's already a bit of difference, and Unstoppables are no Zero Tier. They are a bit higher, they are stronger, they are better, and they can adapt, and once they do, they become, well, as the name indicates, unstoppable. We're going to keep on throwing these puns at you, just so you're aware. But after map number 1, I think it's going to be a bit more difficult for Tryhards to start getting that grasp and that speed upon Unstoppables. Although, they haven't faced each other yet, at least not up until today when it comes to this season. So, I know I'm open to new experiences.
And I hope they give us all 5. I think that's what we're both truly rooting for. I think Tryhards, you talk about, they're going to have to reserve themselves at the end of their maps. If they start going on these streaks, they can't give away those streaks. I mean, they were up 12-3 like we saw in those highlights before losing those 4 rounds straight before ultimately winning their second map. So finding the ability to win for both these teams is going to be important. But I also think Unstoppables might have a little bit easier of a task here today. Even though I did predict on the other side Tryhards, I think that they can play their style. They can play their mid-round rotations. And if they let Tryhards fail, they can just step into that and take all that space for themselves.
Absolutely, and we're going to have to see it because both of these teams, they're quick to catching on what the enemy's doing. Now, of course, we did see a lot of, you could say, playing with your foods from Tryhards. Again, I'm going to be aiming at a lot of knife action onto Nuke, which was really fun to watch at, and at certain moments, maybe it could have thrown a round or 2, and that could have been the factor for the difference in round count. But let's stop talking because actions speak louder than words, Llama, and let's start slowly getting into the first round, that being Inferno, Unstoppables versus Tryhards.
Take a quick little tactical timeout to make sure everything is prepared and ready to go. But it's going to be an interesting one. I think especially on this first map, both teams want to make a good impression. Got to watch each other's games from the sidelines, got to study their strategies, and now it is time to play some Counter-Strike. Best of 5 here today. We'll start with Inferno, then Train. Dust 2 is number 3. Mirage and Ancient if necessary. It's time to crown ourselves a champion, and I'm excited to see who hoists it at the end of the day.
I think we all are. A bit of a death in the meanwhile. There we go, just having a bit of a bout. And, well, on Inferno, Tryhards here, starting on the T side. It's going to be interesting. Now, the USPS, I would definitely give it the upper hand for Unstoppable, especially because of the dink mechanic. With the USPS, if you got yourself a headshot, it's basically game over for whoever you're trying to challenge. Although that won't matter depending on how the aggression is going to be showing. I'm going to give a bit of a weird prediction, but I feel like Tryhards are going to be really swinging onto Banana very quickly right now and just trying to force themselves onto B as much as they can.
Oh, we've got a fellow Nanner enjoyer up in the booth.
Of course.
got to. And you asked me my favorite call out last time, still my favorite call out. Banana or nothing here. It's actually going to be some dualies popped out from BV. We saw that clutch potential last time around. It is actually just going to be a little 2-2 setup with one on that kind of floater. Rage Machine on that mid-priority. BV's got the early engagement, and the first blood of the match falls on the steps.
That's already going to be splattered blood all over the wall. And the first one from Tryhards. Vanya falling, not the best start. Smoke's going to be stopping Tryhards, and utility so early on. Definitely going to be an interesting way to kick us off. Now, it seems like they're at a bit of a standstill. They don't want to move on too much, but they're going to allow this time to tick on by. They're going to give a bit of distractions, try and confuse Unstoppables as much as they humanly can, and fully try to commit towards this full mid push.
I like that Tryhards didn't invest any utility over towards Banana either. They still have pretty much everything. Indigo's got that flammable alongside the double utility of Rage Machine. There's the smoke, there's the flash. They get so much space off of this that they're going to be able to wrap all the way around and push into this site. Long range shots are going to be good, taking down the follow-up player to very minimal HP. BV, the dualies are dead, and so is the position down inside the rubble. 4v3, post plan active.
Beautiful possession over Pit. Nice wall. Hoffwall also taking it over. And that's just going to be those crossfires you really want to establish the second you have sight under control. Now, Unstoppables, how they want to take this is completely up to them. But time is not going to be something you can waste as of sparely. You can't go apps. You can't waste it. You have to give off these sound cues. And Tryhards right now don't need to peek. They do so. They get an exchange. You push it onto side. That's going to be one chop already looking to change the tides of the game. And the final one, he needs to go for a reload. But the dual Berettas, Grice turns the tides, and I believe just in time manages to get it out as Tryhards will be losing their first Unstoppables though with a Rico. Ooh, that was close.
Got to make our hearts jump a little bit here to start us out, and I think the important thing on this one was Tryhards, although they took that site, so much chip damage. Those dualies are great at long range and put the punish in. I mean, it was only like a combined 200 HP between 4 members of Tryhards. Do I get to see it again? I mean, look at the right side of the screen here, or just get to see this reduel on the steps. BV opens up, and then you see it. The health bars are in shambles, even with a player advantage.
Yeah, coming in and swinging really hard there was huge from Choppa, managing to even trade himself out, and that reload saved him as well. And just in the nick of time, they managed to get that defuse, which is going to be allowing them to also stack up on quite some decent guns. Now, Tryhards with a bare minimum, but already a tactical timeout. Now, Llama, yesterday we didn't need many of those from neither of these teams, seeing as how excellently they were performing. But right now, one round has already passed us by, and one of the 3 being used.
Yeah, for both teams, I know Unstoppables was dealing with that kind of disconnect issue to start on, and then Tryhards just want to talk about their game plan. I think the great silver lining, as we always say, even if you lose the round on that T side, is you got the bomb down, so you really do get a little bit of extra funds. They're going to invest heavily, though, into this second round, instead of trying to save things in towards the third, and this is something we've got to watch out for from Tryhards. If they're going to invest in these rounds, they need to either do damage in the factor of killing 3 or 4 members, or they need to win the round.
Those are the 2 choices you really get here. And the CT side definitely wants to take a bit of advantage, although Tryhards, see how you're going to be going about it. Nice Molly going to be preventing a push, especially knowing what guns Unstoppables have acquired. You don't necessarily want them to be pushing in too heavily, as it's a losing battle you'll have to face. But still trying to persuade this banana path and nicely even it out towards B side. It seems like the T side know what they're doing, but looking just to cut off the 2 players right now, evaluating themselves on B itself.
It's interesting, though, here on B, there are no grenades. There's just a little bit of flashes, maybe a smoke as well from Choppa to delay even further, and Indigo and crew have taken a lot of space here. That smoke is only going to deny them for so long. Grice might have to use that final smoke as well, but there's still 60 seconds on the board, and Vanya and the rest of the crew have been able to open up so much space. However, it's going to be a rotation over, maybe a fake, but a molly going to cut off the underway.
Yeah, huge rotation here from Tryhard. They're going to completely switch it like night and day from A to B, or rather B to A. Stanny trying to get some initiation with the Galil. He definitely has the best upper gun here, trying to go up close. And even then, it's going to be uncertain of how he wants to go about it. But with 30 seconds, they're going to need to push, and they're going to need to push in heavy. The majority of Unstoppables ready to move on to the act. And the B players may be going for rotation soon. That flash is going to be huge. A swinging out with the FAMAS gets you only one. The Tech 9 does shut down on return, but a second one popping all blue in the kill feed. And Tryhards have faltered all but for one. Just remaining to be a lamp for the slaughter, but he has the availability of going for the possible plant. A random shot through the smoke is going to be able to deliver the final blow. Praise there, exposing himself. His back is going to be open. Diffuse more than enough time. And Unstoppables there coming out with a second in a row.
Not a terrible round from Tryhards. They'll get 3 kills as we requested, and getting the bomb down will aid in those funds working out. Plus the 2-round loss bonus should help them out to get some weaponry here into the next round. I'm just a little bit confused. I mean, I feel like they had that B site. They invested so much, especially those early flames to get inside, and then just chose to not go there. I mean, 5 stacking inside against the FAMAS. It's a choice, and just not being able to clear every single angle with those shorter range guns ends up doing a little bit of damage, but we'll see how Tryhards can bounce back.
They definitely need to do it right now. The Eco is going to be back in their game. And mainly, what they want to focus on is trying to keep it for as long as they can. Now, some of these players have acquired themselves a bit of rifle-on action as Choppa goes for the spray through the smoke, finding Rage Machine. And that's going to be one of your players already eradicated on the spot. A gun less than 50 HP on Prees. Not looking like a great starter here for Tryhards. Unstoppables, though, still looking heavy, hot, and of course, hot.
They've been looking really, really good so far to start out. I think even with the damage, they've kind of reserved their money to hold right here. And D1 Fast is ready to go on the further side peak, almost down to truck and takes a body shot. Taking the second kill of the round. That was the full health player. So you've still got Priez down low. Stanny's going to be cut down to half, but takes a kill for the body trade with a smoke drop. I mean, kind of sniffing out there's a lot of members here. If Tryhards can get this rotation and try and punish Choppa, the sole man on the B site, it could maybe be successful.
Choppa's unrelenting, though. Never forget the plays we saw from him earlier with a swingle swing. He basically took out quads after many armies by his own hand and still has a smoke in his pocket ready to detonate. There comes the rotation from one of these players, but it needs to be fast as a Choppa. It's only a matter of time of how long they'll be able to hold out. Finds one head. That's going to be the starter, but not enough bullets nor comfortability to back himself up. And just like that, Tryhards have made their first step onto B site, looking to plan it down. And a late push-up from Unstoppables, but not too late to stop it.
I like that plant location as well. Gives you a little bit of space, a little bit of time. Indigo's going to play the chapel. The first shot is going to go wide. Now there's going to be space taken here from Unstoppables. They're just running in. It's a 1-for-1. Stanny's got to do it all on 56, and it's not enough. The economy is ruined as Tryhards falter after getting the plant down.
Even then, the economy wasn't the best here for Tryhard. They lost 2 rounds, and normally after 2, you'd expect a full stack and a full buy, but they couldn't afford it with the best artillery nor armory, seeing as we had Galils, we had an SSG, even a secondary. I believe Stanley was rocking not the best of guns, meaning that throughout the long run, they're not looking the best because some of these rounds end up being gambles, although not finally comes to fruition. They were able to savor these 3 rounds. Maybe it's not going their way, and maybe Unstoppables will be able to reserve a round or 2 if they get lost while the piggy bank isn't fully crushed just yet. Although Tryhards, they need to win this one, otherwise they're going to be back to not a dollars, and that's where they're going to find a struggle going into this first half.
It's actually going to be a tactical timeout called as well. From Tryhards, they've got none remaining. And I know we kind of talked about it yesterday, but I'm always a little bit cautious of calling a timeout when you're kind of going into an eco round. You don't have the weaponry to try and play to its fullest ability, but at the same time, I understand. You lost 3 rounds that you had good enough weaponry to fight in. You got plants down, but we're just unable to execute those post plants.
Absolutely. Now, a tactical timeout here, we love to see it. Again, a lot of teams don't utilize it, and that's what I love to see for a chain here. Although Tryhards, with all of them being used in the first half, it's not going to be the best of looks. You want to save some for the second half, especially if you don't manage to have the best of runs here. You can rely on CT to maybe carry you to victory, and in case that the enemies always get back up on their feet, you can shut them back with a tactical timeout, get your talk through, and make sure that those mistakes that they're making are punished from your side and not vice versa. But with 0 tactical timeouts, now that can be completely exposed to Unstoppables to abuse.
You can push it forward, you keep this snowball rolling, and all of a sudden you've not only got to think about this first map, but the best of 5 series as well, the ruin of the overall mentality here for tryhards. It's going to be a quick fast push. This is what we wanted to see from them. We've yet to see their speed, but does it work out? An early bit of information gained. The apartments crunch is coming through, but who is stuck in the cage with who? It's BV's clutch potential, the double kill, and a post-plant crunch incoming.
Always rely on PV to get yourself those kills. Now, Unstoppables, that's going to be a great headway onto this round, but the plant is already down, and you need to step onto site yourself if you want to see where the action lies. And if you don't want to be blindsided by the smoke, you're just going to have to wait simply or try to be the aggressor. But from multiple sides, the final couple of players here are completely shut out. Now, Vanya does find 1 kill, but Praise is traded out for it. The second one, as we speak of him, and Stanny with a triple spray! He gets the quads! It's Tryhards out of nowhere! Managed to turn this from night to day and shine bright like a diamond with their first round and a single man being able to lead an army on his own.
Stanny showed flashes of brilliance yesterday, but golly, I mean, this is incredible. We get to take a look at the re-engage in apartments. Although you lose 2 players, you trade the site for it. And Stanny just knows when to crouch, knows when to dip and dive. That spray transfer, and then the relock onto the head there. 3 out of the 4 by way of headshot, and a quadra kill to boost the confidence of tryhards. You gotta feel good though if you're Unstoppables. I mean, you've won 3 out of the 4 rounds. The last one decided by just a single member, but tryhards are starting to show that speed we got to see flashes of yesterday.
Unstoppables at the very beginning, we saw it from BN. Now, or BV, right? The very thing was, they go for a jump peek. The second one doesn't work because they're already expecting it. That's the adaptation power of Unstoppables. Now, for the second kill, it was just purely reaction and tryhards being caught off guard. But in the end, the fact that you allow a 4v1 to be lost, especially when everyone's peeking at the same time, or rather just peeking one after another, allowing one of the greatest clutches we might just see here from Stanny, making sure that it's all a change, and also allowing them to get back onto their feet. This is going to be AKs back on utility as well. Tryhards are healthy, and Unstoppables need to deepen their wound if they want to push them down yet again.
You need to hold here especially, and with it being a 5v5 and the weaponry not entirely there because the body's lost over the last 4 rounds in combination. Nice little jump swing here. A couple extra smokes, and the denial of that back sight control is going to be beautiful. Rage Machine is such a great entry fragger, and will open it up with a headshot. The long-range shots from Vanya earn a double kill, and Unstoppables is already on their road.
It seems like not only their economy has been affected, but they can't seem to fight back against, and what Tryhards are on a prime time game. They just simply can't be stopped. Now, what we're going to have to see is either adaptation or completely saving up a couple of these rounds and forcing Tryhards either on winning by a thrifty action or Unstoppables having to even it out 3 against 3 to get themselves back on those guns they love so much. Now, which one of those 2 choices are we going to be taking is going to be completely up to them, but this is a round that you simply can't win. You're only hoping to get a couple of kills, maybe pick up AKs in the meanwhile, and definitely there's going to be opportunity for it. But just as Stanny has a say about it, it seems like they say, can't really stand against him. That's one, that's a second, heads to be popped, and Indigo, he's tapping those bullets just like he is balloons.
Able to save quite literally nothing here after those pop of the latex comes through, and the head's going crazy here for the side of Tryhards. They've got 2 rounds in a row now, and this is the speed we really wanted to see. I mean, this is going to reduce Unstoppables. They tried the thrifty, they tried to bring it in with a lesser buy, and they're going to go full pistols for the save.
And look at him. It's going to be the human centipede here, right over towards the long push cubby. nicely and just sticking it, being patient, although unfortunate to them. Tryhards are going a completely different route, seeing no smokes nor mollies to contest them towards banana side. They know it's going to be free real estate towards B, and Unstoppable is either their task being to not allow any kills to come from Tryhards, or just in general to try and secure themselves with those USPSs while absolutely buying nothing. Tryhards now get themselves a free round, and Unstoppables come back for the next.
They're going to look to try and maybe go from the reserve side. Of course, it's always a gamble when you send that 5 stack on in. Tryhards, as you mentioned, should be relatively free. We'll see if Stan E can hold their ground. Full utility in the back pocket just in case things do go awry. Checking, seeing, there's a couple early shots, but now only 25 to go. First spray's good for the headshot. BV is dead, but Stan E is incredibly low. See if they push towards it. It's a crossfire play, and it's Choppa that takes down Indigo. Ooh. It's a quick little 2K from the USP, and then the delivery here from Tryhards is just going to be a backup into sight. That should be 2 weapons able to pick up, though.
Now, I don't understand why Choppa is such a menace on these secondaries, but that's going to be allowing Tryhards to pick up their knives and swiftly go on to CT spawn and, of course, secure this bomb. Allowing also that Unstoppables, with these kills, they've secured themselves some good guns like you mentioned. We see the AK, a Galil on the Sage will not be the worst, neither will it be the best, but it's definitely better than nothing. And Choppa sticking to the gun that he dealt so much damage to the side of the two Tryhards players, and in the end now it's 3 against 3, evened it out nicely, but that's soon to change, especially seeing as good old Tryhards won't be fighting against a weakened Unstoppables, if you may.
They've got their money back, but they have given away the one resource they had an advantage in terms of those rounds. We're all tied up 3-3 here as Unstoppables go for a quick little 2-3 split. But the Flames are going to deny both teams entry from holding on towards that B main entry. Tryhards are very patient, though. They've got a lot of utility left on this side. For Unstoppables, the good news is they're going to dump a lot of it right now. Groys and Choppa here holding this site down. What can they do against this quick rotation offense as Tryhards actually take some space across the other side?
Let's see who's set back, boosting up nicely to try and check this top. I don't think it's going to be able to be spotted as long as Unstoppables don't move from their position. Choppa knows he's at a bit of a dangerous cause, but currently simply holding down this angle will be the power move. Although this cross is as deadly as it gets, that's one headshot. The late peek not going to be working in their favors, and Unstoppables already 2 players down as Priest shuts them all down. Vanya with another, looking to push up abs. We're going to be retreating downside mid, and maybe could even possibly, or rather presumably, interrupt if you do go under and catch the Sage. Off guard, the headshot comes around, the AK strikes yet again, and Unstoppables are left but with one man, BBC, who has done greatness, but this is just too much even for him.
The bomb's already down to half, and I mean, you look at the money, $50 in the tank for BV. That is not enough to try and go into this next round, and it's going to invest into mid and die. It's a flawless round number 7 from Tryhards as they burst back open a 4-round streak for themselves. And the biggest thing here is the catch of utility. Even worse than getting caught with your knife. It's Choppa that dies first. Priez just so good for that spray, and then that shot. Vanya doubles up, 15 HP, no problem.
Fantastic fade away from Tryhards, as if Unstoppables weren't even a competition to begin with here, and it seems like they're starting to set a bit more mood now going into it, but Groys, he hasn't been liking it. That's a single spray. It gets him 1, doesn't get it a second. Isn't good enough for 2. Certainly seems like it as he's dealt more damage than we've seen ever. Chopper with the USP. Can we see the greatness yet again? Yes, there it is. The dink for the final. Priez not going to be able to contest it, and Unstoppables coming out with a bit more vengeance now as Tryhards will have a bit more of a difficult follow-up.
Lost a few players, that's for sure. It is a little bit interesting that they're kind of guarding around this area, not wanting to give over the weapons. But the damage has already relatively been done. You talk about damage, though, you look at Groys and Choppa. They've been holding down this B site for an eternity on the day. Their combined HP is of 39 HP total. Tryhards could take advantage of this. They can especially get the kill on the M4 that's lurking on that right side. That's their ideal goal. The problem is they've got to deal with the left side first. Indigo deals with it well, earning the first kill from Tryhards. That should be a plan. The question is, how far forward can Rage Machine get into the backline here, lurking in the smoke?
Just long enough. I don't think they realize he's standing right beneath their noses. Some could say even behind him, ready to go in for that cold shoulder and press and take out the final two hopes here. Unstoppables! We're leaning into these final two players going in from church side and maybe advancing towards Coffin, but that's not going to be happening as those two players, so-called for Unstoppables hope, are set into a grave themselves. And just like that, DFast and PVC are going to have to set go, set back, right nice spawn, side, and Tryhards. Like that with three players, again, managing to make the impossible possible and still play very cautiously at the same time. That's just something I'll never understand.
I mean, it's just their speed. I mean, it sounds like a broken record, but, you know, sometimes the broken record plays the best part of the sound, and it's going to force a tactical timeout here from Unstoppables. We'll get to see how this kind of one broke down. Choppa really opened things up with the long-range shots, but boy, again and again, just giving away some free shots to the body.
And in the meanwhile, while we're already watching these fantastic plays, while these players are chatting it out, let me talk to you. Yes, you, the viewer, and Llama alike. Because anyone right now being patient and has been tuning into the show, there's a giveaway on happening. I mentioned it earlier, and there are some secret codes we want to give out just to you. Anyone right now on the live, it's going to be dropped into chat. It is Rotate Rebels. That is ROTATEREBELS. Rotate Rebels, yet again, put it into the secret code on the Gleam giveaway and get yourself some nice points to heighten up those chances of getting that M4A1S and AK-47 skin alike, which, I mean, who would not want?
It's a nice little bit of skin action, or could be a little bit extra funds in your bank if you want to trade it in for something else of your choice. For these two teams, though, trading back and forth, you look at the timeline. Started very blue, ended up pretty orange. 5 straight rounds here for Tryhards. And again, it's going to be a round where, sure, Unstoppables, they've got a decent bit of weapons. They've got a decent bit of utility, but can they capitalize? I feel like D1 Fast has had not necessarily the game they've wanted to. In the past 2 games of yesterday, we saw them absolutely pop off, but only lurking on 2 kills today.
He is. Try to boost himself up barrel side now. No one going to be seeming around sandbags, so that just means that Tryhards are mostly focused towards A. See how much ground they can move up towards and see how much they can contest without being contested themselves. Just like that, they've moved up greatly, but now you have to be wary of Unstoppables coming in for random swings. They've gotten themselves up back on some good armory, meaning they'll be able to put up more than just a fight, and with B players, 2 of them being contested, A is where the majority lies.
3 players stacking over there. We get to see standing the rest of the crew. There's a headshot that falls in from Decayed, who's going to open up the killing for Tryhards. Royce is down to 67 as well. And a force of the rotation from that #1 player all across the spawn side. We'll take the highway route to get there. And still kind of lurking around here in Unstoppables. It is 40 seconds left to go. It's a lot longer than Tryhards usually take.
5 players on 1, 4 against him. And difference is being made, but the time is ticking, and so is the clock running away from Tryhards. And they're going to need to catch up to it in just any moment. With flashes coming out, the indication is true. The rotation for B should be coming about in any second. So it does. Apartments going to nicely cross it out. And dropping down to pit, I don't think that's going to be a viable option. But with trades coming left, right, and center, that one opening kill is going to make a huge difference for Tryhards. As now Unstoppables need 1 player alone, and who else than Choppa to do the job. Priest and Rage Machine following up against him.
I feel like the tough part here for Choppa is the weaponry. I mean, you're dueling against an AK and an M4. You've got just a little pea shooter yourself, and it gets nothing. Rage Machine takes a bullet, but it's only 13 HP in total. And the headshot, 6 rounds straight, sending a message here to the other team in the grand finals.
Surely it is. And maybe Unstoppables, it's time for a bit of a timeout, I would call it. I believe most of them were on the side of Tryhards, which definitely have worked their routes around it and gotten some numbers on the scoreboard. But now it's time for Unstoppables to do the same. The first 3 were theirs, but that was around the pistol area, where of course you can rely on aggressive plays, which they seem to work off of quite a lot. When it comes to utility, Tryhards know their way around it, and they know it oh so well. So let's see what the response is going to be, as now we're going to be slowly heading into the last 3 rounds of the first half.
Nice little early kill as well from Briez. So good on those little chunking plays here on the B-side entry. Tryhards, you talk about it, they have burned down so many of the timeouts from Unstoppables. Not sure that they even have any left to try and solidify here in map number 1. It is that best of 5. It's not the end of the world, and this is the starter map pick from Tryhards. But overall, for Unstoppables, you have to wonder. I mean, Train has been their map for so long. If you falter on this one, it puts a lot of pressure to win your map pick in map number 2.
We're following a really similar directive to as of earlier. Tryhards getting the opening pick here, and Unstoppables now forcing to sustain these 4 players while having to fight 5. And in a refrag game, that simply isn't a winning matter. 45 looking to rotate this diffuser, or rather the bomb itself. Is going to be on B. Banana nicely converting it down, and the majority of the players of Tryhards already made their headway, while only one from Unstoppable is there to stop it, even going away from it. And Choppa, that Molly is going to be the saving grace, and you need to throw it right now. The flash comes out, and Prius is already on site, making a great step forward, while Tryhards just need to follow up nicely. Unstoppable as they get taken one after another. That's a second to fall, and I don't think the last 3 are going to be looking to contest it, but I do think that's the path, although midway, I don't want to be scared for those 2 players about to encounter none other than Vanya.
They've got pistols at this point. Honestly, just send it forward. Try and find something. Because, boy, Tryhards have made a statement. They've rotated in, and Unstoppables just trying to find these off timings. You saw it there from Choppa. Didn't quite work out. And now, again, Vanya's got the backside covered. Tryhards with control. There's another kill to follow. Flawless so far. The engagement down the apartment long hallway side. We'll send some bullets flying, but no players to the ground. Fast still sitting on 2 kills, as we talked about, maybe trying to pick up some with the deagle here at the end. Bomb goes boom, and so does D1 Fast. Tryhards, another flawless round for themselves as they move the economy back to just an insane point.
Reaching over round number 10, a 7-3 scoreline certainly won't be the best, and Unstoppables now need to even it out with a 7-5, bringing it as close as to 6-6 as they humanly can. And whatever they have on remaining strands, they really need to start pulling on some string. Now, Tryhards, they can lose next to the 2 rounds, and they're still going to be from rags to riches. Currently, their mid-game has been fantastic at a push-up. Definitely the best answer on D1 Fast side. Coming out with a second Groys, but falling to fire. You try to stand in it, and it burns out so brightly as Tryhards, they might have lost 2, but Unstoppables did just about the same.
The flash causing that unaware of the surroundings, not able to see it before it fell. And it's pretty interesting to see. I mean, you look at 2 of the 3 players left alive for Tryhards. You're talking about Rage Machine, who has only died 4 times out of the 11 rounds we've had so far, and Stan E, who's on a 12-kill shuffle. The highest in the entire lobby, the only player on double digits. And you've got Vanya to help back him up. Unstoppables will see what they can do, of course. They've got weapons. They've got time to hold. But they are on that CT side, which means they need to split up their resources. C is going to be incredibly huge here, and it's actually going to be Stan E that trades the 1-for-1. Now it's just a straight-up 2v2.
Crisis mode for these final TC players, one of them standing on site, and this op definitely could be coming in clutch, but it no longer stands on the side of Unstoppables, and it's going to be done to Rifles alone. Going right behind them, they're face to face, and Sandy reacts just quick enough to take out one of the 2 with 1 remaining. Groy's last one trying to come for about it, and needs to win this round if they want to secure the following. Will it be the final destination in the first half, or can a change be made? Groys, the crosshold here is absolutely brutal, but he needs to predict the movement and the location of these final 2 players. A bit of a peek out, could have possibly spotted him, goes for the utilization, and Stanley catches him with his pants down. Meet your America. Tryhards are looking at an 8-4 scoreline at worst.
Really good turnaround half. After losing that pistol, we were very concerned with how this map was going to go. You get to watch it again. It's that fire just catching him out while blind, and then Stanley, you have yourself a round. I mean, that's a 3K, that's 15 kills, and just 11 short rounds as well. Feeling good in the neighborhood. Tryhards have a possibility to activate 9.
Let's see it, there it is, the final resort, really just trying to crunch it all in together. Priest is going to be expecting it, and that's where Choppa takes the final blow the first half. Rather than that, we do have an opper here. DFast earlier made a bit of a change at the very early start, but as Unstoppables were able to gain a 2-piece head lead, in the end they lost it just about the same, so it matters not, although this time around, Tryhards, while Prius is quite low on HP, he's still alive and kicking, and that's what matters most.
And it's another player with another rifle this round. Not the greatest in terms of money. D1 Fast trying to invest in that AWP to at least do a little bit of damage to that backline entry, but BV has a lot in front of them. Has still a nade and a flash to boot. Flame for Flame now has to play the close range off the truck. It's going to be standing on first entrance, who just doesn't check right. Thought their teammate was going to check it instead. It's Rage Machine on that trade. From behind, Indigo's going to be taking over the top balcony side and throws down the bomb as a 3v4 engages, but it's actually that AWP to watch.
Initiating short from balcony, especially with the op, is definitely going to be an advantageous position. A shot in the body, more than enough to finish the job. The second one right through the concrete. Cracked skull and Tryhards are looking to numb him out as Unstoppables might be left to rot as the final one DFast trying to make something out of nothing, but the bomb is ticking, so is the time, and he's alone stranded on an island against the final 3. The op spots him. Indigo with the final shot, takes it, hits, bullseye, 9-3 half, and Tryhards are looking golden as ever.
The turnaround was so great. I think that point after they lost those pistol rounds, after they lost round 3, it was dire. They were able to turn it around, and this round specifically just shows the versatility. Sure, Stanley doesn't know how to check corners, but the rest of the team knows how to play some Counter-Strike. Boy, they play so well together. Indigo with that AWP sets up in a perfection position, and the teammates help out by aiding in anchor positions in case things go wrong. Tryhards will swap over towards their CT side, and we'll see what they can do with a nice little 6-round advantage.
Down to the bottom $3 rounds here. Unstoppables are going to be met with quite a grim fate. Although keeping it compact and real, they're going to need to readjust and get themselves back on a real move. Without it, Tryhards, again, are going to be taking advantage, reaping off of these benefits and all these rounds that they've been able to win. They can even throw away some of these, but as long as they manage to capture this pistol, it's going to be a complete turnaround. Stanley looking to make a difference. There's the smoke, but the dual Berettas are as brutal as they ever have been, and even able to stop a full-on team once approached correctly.
I wonder if Stanley just ever tries to spray through the smoke, sees if they can find anything else. It's only 60 seconds to go. Of course, this is the Unstoppables way. They love to play a little bit slower, try and make you think about your defensive setup, but no thinking here. Stanley's got the flash off of Indigo, and bodies fall to the ground. Bullets rained into them, and Rage Machine, he doesn't need his eyes, blinded, kills Decade, and BV will get their one back. But boy, everything's falling apart. 40 seconds to go.
40 seconds to go, and in desperation, you're trying to make it all work, but Stanley shuts you down for one, for the second, and a quad from this lone player. That's what I'm talking about. That dual Beretta can really deal some heavy damage, and eyes on the prize. It seems like Hearts are already looking to flatline the side of none other than Unstoppables, with double digits being hit in the first 13 rounds, and you know where we saw that? We saw that on Inferno against Zero Tier in exact same fashion, and Tryhards are looking to repeat it yet again.
And 3 of those rounds, I mean, 2 of those 3 rounds you could argue are kind of 50-50s off of the pistol that were very, very close. So Tryhards doing a good job to open up this series, and we thought Nuke was going to be their strongest map, but maybe instead it is Inferno. Unstoppables, of course, after this will head to their map pick of Train. They've got a lot of work to do on this one. It's opener from Priez. It's going to be Rage Machine. That's ISO'd now. Choppa, the first piece of information gained, but Rage Machine doubles before falling on down from the flash. A beautiful entry here. Unstoppables have got the site.
Tech9, Haven, Indigo, do you know what you're about to be walking into? Unstoppables now have finally picked up their pace, and trying to peek into Coffin might be really setting you 6 foot under, as there it is, a couple of bullets going to be able to put you down. Vanya going in for a second, and that's where they find success, although there's still 2 against 2, and that's where Tryhards could possibly perceive themselves a victorious lead. DFast shuts it down, it's one traded for the other, and last down, can they prevail? Yes they can! Vanya clutches it out, and Unstoppables will be losing yet another. Their possible hope shattered. 11-3 in 2 more rounds. Regulation is going to be over.
They invested in that round. Didn't really want to give it over for free. Didn't want to try and buy into the next one. And it feels like overall, again, the team play has just been phenomenal. Rage Machine gets this early double, but it's this retake. Played perfectly from Vanya, who gets up to double digits after this play, and just kind of trades away. The Tech9 does not have the best magazine in the world, so that dip and dodge, they've got to be really careful about that shot. And Tryhards just said, we've got the bigger mags, we've got the kills, we've got the round.
And we've got the confidence. Tryhards, again, full of heart. And as much as the pun is intended, they truly stick to it. Unstoppables have not been really able to prevail through it. And right now, this is going to be one of those rounds they need to succeed. If they end up losing it, their economy is going to be crashing on down. Their wallets are going to be empty, just like the bank. And currently swinging through this right side is going to be your best bet. It comes out on top, hit to be cleared, 2 for 1. And all of a sudden, it seems like Tryhards are going to be left in a bit of a deficit, throwing the Smalley for safety. Unstoppables have made their way onto site.
Vanya's the lone player with a rifle here. We saw them clutch up last time, but it's only 51 HP to try and work for. And A is one of those sites where you really need some utility to try and clear back. Priez is going to have to be huge. Smoke, flammable, and a flash as well to try and send the utility on in. Early nade. Gonna do some chunking or pushing away. The delay of the time the double smoke comes in. That's gonna cut off the entry from Priez. They're just gonna have to walk through the smoke. Jump against one, Fast gets another, and it's just too clean from the Unstoppables crew.
Mr. Clean, every one of these players are from Unstoppable. They could be bald or not, and they'd still be shining all through. A reflection through it, and a 4th round indeed. 11-4, it seems T-side is definitely going to be something both of these teams prefer a lot more, and it's more than common when it comes down to Inferno itself, seeing how aggressive this map can be. As long as you can work off of those rotation nicely, and you can put Team Coalition out to put, Unstoppables, they still have a chance. It might not be the largest, but definitely doesn't seem like the dream has given up. A Molly great to push him down, and now following up, a look at Tryhards as they're going to be playing up close personal, and even with a Zeus. Oh no!
He gets some! Priez, that's the ultimate BM, the D1 fastest. Screw BM! We want the round! And they will get their wish, running in and taking their 5th.
I think we haven't seen it. We've seen knives, we've seen some stabs in the back, but a Zeus, that's a new one here. And honestly, if that's your way of getting a kill, it worked, it got you one, not the round. Maybe you did not win the war, but certainly that battle was theirs. And in the end, though, Unstoppable still prevail with another round, now being about a halfway there. Let's call it another one to step over that line. And Tryhards, let's not throw this, shall we?
Back to their second map. Oh, it's gross from Decade. Opens it up with a double headshot through the smoke. And that's going to go. Green light now. It's all on Vanya. This M4 has to do a lot of work on the crosshair, and they're just going to escape into the chapel, hoping they can find some sort of re-entry. The 2 teammates wait on the other site as finally the bomb will go down.
Tryhards here have looked to make this a bit of a speedrun challenge, but Unstoppables are slowly turning it into a marathon, as now the final few players are going to be entering towards mid. BVC gets themselves one shot towards long side, and looking to approach apartments as well to put some danger and hunt down these final few pieces of prey you have standing in your way. Coming right around the corner, you're about to spot him. He's playing that MP9, which can be dangerous up close, but the AK-47 cannot be matched. BVC finds another. Last one going to be left side. You see the head, but he sees you right between the eyes. That's where the bullet lands. And final one standing against 4. Simply, there is no time. And like them, they're moving like a human centipede, all in 9, nicely organized and coordinated. The bomb goes off. They all nicely survive. Unstoppables win the round. And Vanya simply hiding in a cubby as if there are no other choices left.
I mean, it's not the most money in the world. A 3-round loss bonus isn't going to help you really recover on the economy quite yet. maybe just some utility, and the good news is you are on that CT side, so it's a little bit easier to make those stack gamble plays than just sending 5 pistols into the site. But Unstoppables, this is a really good showing, especially if they could turn it all the way back around for how great Tryhards have not only looked at the end of that first half, but also going back to that series yesterday. They have looked very, very good on this map specifically, and we know Train is up next, and we saw what Unstoppables did there yesterday.
They did do some wonders. Although it's not over just yet, Tryhards are going to need to start pulling some weight and stop pulling their punches, because Vanya is currently the only one that has a gun. Even that being saved from the previous round. We take a look at the money, and it's barely peaking at 2,150. In the meanwhile, though, Unstoppables, they're starting to look rich. They're looking golden, and their bank vault is as full as it gets while trying to push B. They have found no confrontation, or rather, no one to really contest them, as that's the best way to play pistols, honestly, ladies and gentlemen. It's up close, and it's personal.
And you play on angles that are more preferred towards your side. You get those smoke cutdowns here from Unstoppables to try and limit longer angles of the site. Vanya's on the other side as the rotation comes in. Indigo, there's a headshot. The stack doesn't work. No, it's a 3 for 2. I correct myself. Yes, it does. Just one player left to go. BV now has to face off against 3 rifles, 2 given away earlier in the round.
Those players from Unstoppables being so solely focused on this one trio on the side of Tryhards, completely diverting their attention. It was enough from Rage Machine to come in from the back, get themselves a kill, and allow Vanya to get that coup de grace. And just like that, Tryhards 12-6, and with a tour de force on performance, they are doing greatness, not making sure that those 11 rounds are going to be not put in the dump just yet. And in the following 6, Llama, one of them doesn't go in the way of Unstoppables, and we've got ourselves a deciding map 1 score.
That could be everything here. We said it for these 2 teams. Map number 1 is ever important. Setting your sights on a victory in the series. It's got to be ideal here for Unstoppables. They're going to start it off with Chapa, who gets their double kill, but Prius says, I've got a flashing teammate too. Nice little trade for trade from these 2. Prius is going to die jumping. And now it's Unstoppables with a little bit of a player advantage.
Mitter shot, great way to lean in on it, and a beautiful laser from the side of Unstoppables as they have completely cut down the team from Tryhards into about a half section way. Now with 12-6, the 2 final players, Stanley and Vanya, if anyone's to do it, it's definitely going to be them, as Unstoppables are slowly approaching banana side. Right now B is going to be one of those main priorities, one from behind, one from up front. It's a complete savage by Tryhards, and as long as they can time it accordingly, it could be a complete turnaround. And there's one headshot. There's the second. It's a collat. Vanya completely turns it around. Stanley coming in for the back seems to be noticed, but matters not, as just in the nick of time, 13-6 regulation is theirs. I was meaning to put on my suit.
After what felt like a really big turn back from Unstoppables, they had a couple rounds in a row, but it was that eco, that round number 12 victory, or the 12th round victory instead for Tryhards. They turned it around. They got everything back together, and they are victors of this map number 1. They showed they could play such together as a team, and I think the biggest thing that is important for the whole series of this team is any single one of them can step up at any single moment.
Absolutely. Now, again, we did see Unstoppable start coming in towards that mid-game, which is something similar we saw on Nuke once Tryhards were going up against Zero Tier, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. This early game from Tryhards is so strong that it allows them to really make a comfortable end, and even they can afford to be losing rounds after rounds, but just because they had about an 11-3, they ended up managing to win, and just like that, the victory is theirs. 4 more map remains at max, and before we get to those, we'll be taking a short break.
I got all the voters. I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they look and see through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you. I'ma be a heart holder, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name.
Buddy, to the Plausible Gaming Championship Series for Season 4 Counter-Strike Grand Finals. It's map number 2 in the best of 5. The players could not wait any longer, and neither shall we. Bob, it's train. Let's get right to it.
It is train, we're ready to train, and let's see how Unstoppables are going to be coming back in the second, or Tryhards looking to make a match point as off pistols. This is a wild time. Defaz, the Sage, all of a sudden it seems to be a 2 for 2, although Vanya making difference with that third, really changing on greatly. Unstoppables have only 2 to offer here, and with those pistols definitely not being matched to the Berettas coming around the corner. That's one, but can't connect those shots, can't connect those dots, and Tryhards are going to be winning the first round.
Nice start on the pistol round here. I think this is great to go because I think in that last map we saw what happened to the overall side when they lost that pistol round. Just doesn't feel too good. So getting that set up not only in the first, but also getting the second, and as a bonus cherry on top of the second scoop of ice cream, no bomb was planted, so that's even less money for Unstoppables.
Honestly, now I'm starting to crave a bit of a cherry on top of a scoop of ice cream. You're making me hungry. And you know what I'm even hungrier for? To see the result of this one, because Unstoppables are going to need it, right? They lose out on this map. It's series point. That is the most terrifying thing to go up against. Needing a reverse sweep, it definitely can add fuel to the fire at time, but Tryhards, with how well they've been able to shoot it down on the side of Unstoppables, it might just be more than anything, or rather a shoulder on the burden.
I think it's also the other factor that this was Unstoppable's best map yesterday. Not gonna lie at all, they looked very, very good here. So if they lose it, you have to think, I mean, one of the 3 default maps falls Tryhard's way, and especially with that confidence, it's really tough to shatter away. For Unstoppables, they use a lot of their time to get in, but here's Indigo spraying down the transfer for 2. It's a quick trade away from BV, but the re-entry is good enough. No defusal, 1 kill, and Tryhards get themselves 4 on the survival.
Just like that, making it look like child play. A single spray from 2 of these players, and all of a sudden we've already gotten 2 rounds. This time around there's going to be a bit of a switcheroo and a doobity-doo, as currently, let's take a look at Unstoppables loadout. They have mollies, they have flashes, smokes, everything alike, all that they need. And we're going to have to see if that's going to be enough to put Tryhards in the grave, flatline them on the spot, or will that make no difference?
I want to see really what those differences in game plan are here coming for Unstoppables. Going into this map number 2, I think we saw from yesterday they love to play really, really slow and concise. You see the early spray onto Priez there, taking him down to just 2 singular counts of HP. But that's still a gun, and we still know with Stan E and Rage Machine up and available, they've had their clutch moments and plenty of highlight reel plays. But Unstoppables kind of banking on Tryhards overextending, and they're just not biting onto the bait they've thrown out.
Not a single casualty. Priez being a step away from certain death. One coming right around the corner. I feel like Unstoppable, they're starting to read into Tryhard's movement a bit more. And right now waiting on these final few moments to strike, just like lightning, but not about as fast. They're being patient, they're being slow, and they're taking their time. But Stanley is going to have to put forward an initiative to take out the first. It is nicely traded back. But Vanya, this is the same spot we saw him on earlier and gets double and away with it, as Unstoppable is now going to be having to face off many consequences. One of them being the fact that they have left Tryhard unscathed, at least compared to the wounds that they have suffered with DFast. Last one to stand against 3. Comparable shot in the back, and Indigo with a final say. As now back down to a very poor situation. Unstoppables are going to need to slowly make a move.
Talk about knowing the map. Around from Unstoppables. We'll have to see what they can muster in terms of the damage. Tryhards have been dominant, have been playing together, and their shots have just been hitting. You need to do some damage, especially on this T side.
To approach it again, we've seen this be such a poachy place for most of these players trying to get their steps up. Maybe that calorie count walking through the fire is not going to be the best of option, as you're going to be left wounded. And wounded players, it deepens it up on the team, as now they're starting to bleed. One of the players from Unstoppables being lost. DFast, definitely a valuable asset. That's going to be a peak, but not going unpunished. Choppa keeps on persisting, and that's going to be a double. Vanya not going out without a fight, though. And Unstoppables seem to be finally putting up a fight, but just like that, Tryhards, in the midst of all that chaos, seem to flatline them, put them on the ground, and get themselves the 4th in a row.
For as much as we've been talking about Rage Machine and Stanny, Indigo and Preyez, this duo is incredible together. The flash plays on top of everything. And then Vanya, by the way, just quietly earning themselves a 9-kill game in 4 rounds. That's over a 2-kill average for them so far. Unstoppables, I like the play. It's aggressive enough, but now they've just got to go through the smoke and through the death that Indigo brings. The Grim Reaper strikes for the 3rd, and it's all down to Fast and Grois to try and pick up the pieces.
Unstoppables, why are we shivering just like this? Indigo catches you in the mid standing. And just like that, Stanley there to finish the job. Tryhards are mowing them down. This is the cleanup crew. Get yourself some brushes, get yourself those mops, and start working at it, because 5 rounds, this is a flawless performance. And Unstoppables haven't even put up a piece of that work that we saw on them yesterday from Train.
Could have been the pentakill had Stanny not stolen it, but a round win is a round win at this point. And this is what I was a little bit worried about for Train, is even though Unstoppables looks so good, it's a map where it rewards aggression, it rewards those early kills, and Tryhards are a team that plays with relentless aggression, and boy, has it paid off 5 rounds straight.
Yes, it has. And now finally taking a 2nd round. Unstoppables have been so persistent and consistent. It seems like A-side is their religious go-to, but now trying to take it upon Trains. Maybe go for these vertical pushes and downstairs nicely into tunnel push. Unstoppables, that's where they found a lot of success. That's where we saw the quad from Choppa. Now, will it be able to save them? Certainly not, because there's already one. The 2nd one burned down, and it's all bright. It's the sun. We're standing right next to it. And starry performances, but the stars are being taken outside of some of these players' eyes. Although a 2-for-1 trade, Choppa makes it equal, and all of a sudden the plant is going down. Is this going to be the upbringing Unstoppables were seeking? And yes, one from above, Choppa making it look like greatness, but Stanny and Rage Machine shut out whatever hopes were left, and Unstoppables for the 6th time in such a quick amount of moments fall.
I mean, it's just the map knowledge. Tryhards find a way to work all the way back through behind here of Unstoppables' perfect setup. And it took him a little bit too long. Honestly, had that bomb been solely in the hands of one of these players that survived, would have been a lot easier. But they dropped it right in a safe plantable position. Were unable to quite get what they wanted. And this is now 6 rounds straight. Tryhards are putting on a clinic. Now, I will say, they don't have the most money in the world. They lose a few rounds in a row. Unstoppables could definitely come back in this half.
They definitely could, but it's still not a great beginning, and it's not continuing any better as Indigo there. 1 shot, 1 for the DFast, and saving up a couple more for whatever remains of these 4. Unstoppables off to a bad start. Choppa there looking to switch it up finally, and Trail of Torment there being shown as now that's Grief starting to being put to work. Some mollies there trying to deny it, and Tree gonna be stopped. A bit of damage long range, and with the help of none other than Decayed, it's gonna finally get put to a stop. This is the vantage that Unstoppables were seeking, and now they finally obtained it. But Vanya puts down one. He himself is put down in reverse, and Unstoppables, this is the 3v1 they were constantly out on the hunt for.
And they find it. It ends up working out in their favor for the first round victory. I think taking down that AWP will hurt the money even more. Just on a 1-round loss bonus here. Tryhards, though, 6 rounds in a row. You can't hate that, especially on a CT side of Train. It does mean that it's going to be the full investment. It's going to be the AWP. It's going to be those AKs. The pickup from D1 Fast, who is still only sitting at 1 kill. This Opper just hasn't had the money to get their signature weapon out so many times.
All right, Unstoppables get into the groove of things. Better late than never, they say. But never late is better. And currently, with 6 rounds against you, D-Fast starts feeling the thrill of the hunt as he finds Indigo. That's amidst 1, but needing that second to follow up with it. Stanley's trying to approach him. That's going to be a fantastic poke at it. The 3rd one follows, and Unstoppable have put him down. That's the foot we've been seeking. And just like the grave, the shovel is in hand. 1 more stop for it, but D-Fast finally makes an approach. Unstoppables have been taken in one for another. It's been a surprise catching them off guard, such as it clearing out the smoke and trying to get yourself justified, but these 3 players from Tryhards keep on playing the aggressor.
Another shot connects from Stanny. That's a 3K off of their teammates, AWP. I love these Wild West duels that they've brought us, but it also means for Unstoppables, it's all down to Choppa. No bomb in hand, 40 seconds left, and they've got to play against Stan. He's picked up AWP. Along with that, I mean, Rage Machine and Priez, no slouches in their own right. I mean, they've got an extra couple of smokes, too. Looking the wrong way, though. The timing is quite literally everything here. Stanny's going to check back, find a little bit of an arm, know the gun bail is there, and pick up the quadra kill.
Oh, Stanny really is a menace to society and this entire grand final. There is nowhere to hide from that op, especially that scope. Once you're in it, you can say sayonara. Underway 7-1, that's going to be crossing that halfway split. And in the meanwhile, although Unstoppables had such a great beginning, this is where Stanley began popping off. With the help of 1 from the back, he didn't get completely flushed out, and it was left Unstoppables gasping for air, now needing for that former hope to be shut down yet again. Tryhards back on their top game and having under control absolutely every aspect, pushing it through though. Unstoppables, this is their best way to get back to where they should be.
Those early kills, especially on Priez. Got a check from behind. D1 Fast has got a shot through the bars. All of a sudden, a 5v3. Health bars aren't at 100%. With a long nade here from Stan E, will burn down the health bar of Fast, who is down to just under a quarter, and finally the headshot bombs through. Now the retake's going to be interesting because Stanny's dead off that retake. I think this is just a save scenario here for Indigo and Vanya. They've got 20 kills combined between the 2 of them, but don't want to make sure this snowball keeps rolling. Unstoppables will get their round, and it's a good one off of unusual speed that they brought to a difference of site choice.
This is velocity we've been seeking. It's icing on the cake without a doubt, especially seeing that they didn't need a Thrifty to win it. Not only are they going to be reserving some guns, but they're going to be able to stack this amount of money. It's going to be consolation prizes, right? But also better for the long run, although I wish they could have done this a bit more earlier. But seeing there's still 3 rounds in the current half, it feels like they're slowly being resurrected back into the game. Although, Llama, I'll be completely honest, I think we saw similar emotion on the side of Inferno, and I don't think the side of Unstoppables like the way it went.
Definitely not. I mean, and ultimately it doesn't matter how close the map gets. It's all about who's going to win it at the end of the day. Tryhards are still up at a +5 margin on the round differential. You add that on top of, what was that previous map, and it's up to that double digits as well. They're controlling this series so far. Unstoppables need an answer, and this time around they're not going to get any easy kills. Tryhards have reserved their momentum and left Priez on an island.
They're seeking a catalyst. A 7-5 is going to be their best way out of this very uncomfortable cubby they've gotten themselves in, and they've made their bed but now they have to lie in it. And currently, this is going to be a spray unlike any we've seen. Priez gets away with 2, exchange for 1. These smokes are definitely going to be blindsiding the side of Tryhards for trying to play the aggressor. And while the plant is going down, this flank might be monumental. It's down to the wire, and right now, DFAS needs to shut him down. It's going to be all down to windows of opportunity. Rage Machine is the one to reach them first, and it's going to be an influential kill, mostly due to the fact that now Unstoppables don't know where they will be poached from. Could it be back? Could it be left, right, center? You simply do not know. And there's quantity, there's quality. Chopper surely showing the former, but simply in a 2v1. Now BBC is left all down, but no choice to win out these final moments, and simply the headshot is delivered with Unstoppables yet again having to take a step down.
3 different players on double-digit kills across double-digit rounds, and Tryhards have guaranteed themselves a really lovely take-backs. D1 Fast has played that position a few rounds in a row, trying to deny that entry, but, I mean, we didn't even talk about the beginning. A really good double-kill delay from Priez. Make sure the numbers aren't ever in the favor of Unstoppables. And then Stan E, just the clutch master. Multiple 4Ks today. Does it again with just a single bop to the head. And Unstoppables this time around, early bit of a rotation. They want to go for this wraparound, but it does mean the rest of the map they're going to lose space on.
Spelling bad news. Oh, Deceased coming out and making sure that Stanley holds that title for him. Nicely passing it down. That's some bullets to be caught. And all of a sudden, Tryhards are off to not the greatest of starts. It's spelling bad news for them. And it seems like they've been poking the Hornet's nest. Unstoppables, though, they've started coming out of it. They've awoken. Finally, it's time to put on their shades, and Indigo looking to stop that streak. The adrenaline surge got pumping for a second, but it's going to be bumping them down to a 4 against 2 or 4 against 4. Numbers are hard with 1 minute and 5 on the clock.
It's not great in the timing, and it's even worse when you lose Indigo for Tryhards. That's your AWP down on the ground. Doesn't seem like Unstoppables want to pick it up. Vanya right now is just leading the lobby in kills. Tied with their teammate in Indigo, and Rage Machine is just gonna find it all. It's a head-for-head trade. The teeth knocked out on either side, but Vanya's backwards double spray has earned them a double kill. And it also means the bomb is in no man's land for the one and only member left of Unstoppables.
Look, I normally don't like talking about the past, but previously Vanya was having a bit of an issue holding up their own weight, especially in the first map. This time around, Vanya is the main attraction Tryhards want to focus on because these kills have been phenomenal. Going 13-6 with the current score is really leverage for the CT side, especially going for the plant. You're nicely covered from all sides. And Unstoppables right now do have a possible chance, but you need to play it cautiously. You hear one behind, you're not too sure. You go for the jump peek and you know both of their locations. Using that smoke as cover and using it as a possible headshot, you are so low on HP, and so is Vanya, thanks to your own bullets, but the nade clears him out! Perfect positioning, ricochet right on the dot, and Tryhards prevail for the 9th time, meaning 9-3 being the worst. I'm not too positive about it, Llama.
Just clutches. I mean, even when you talk about Vanya, didn't have the step-up performance last map, it is this map they have popped off. It is a really good cutback from Unstoppables. I think the kills here from Vanya, though, just really destroyed everything they wanted to build up on top of it. And then the nade was perfection. It is up to 9 and double digits a possibility. Unstoppables, this is their map pick. And if they lose it, it could be dire.
It could be dire, and it likely will be. There goes Rage Machine yet again, and he comes on for 4. All of a sudden, he's checking out for the ace. Definitely does get shot down by D1 Fast, but Rage Machine, the change he's made, such a great push by Unstoppables, but it's all for nothing the second they realize they've slipped by one single aspect, and it's allowing Rage Machine to have his way, and the final Indigo completely reading the book on D-Fast, being 12 steps ahead, and a shot unlike any we've seen before. 10-2 will be the first half, with Tryhards having both double digits in the first half. This is a dominating score, and we're not here to sugarcoat it.
It's double digits. They avoid the curse, and again, it's any given Sunday for any one of these players. Rage Machine just blows through the offense that wanted to go fast. And honestly, a little bit different of a look from this Unstoppables team. They were the team that wanted to play slow, that did execute in the mid-rounds. This time, they're just chucking bodies at the site and hoping it's working. Unstoppables need to win this pistol, or the map could already be done for itself.
Tryhards see opportunities, they see holes, and they're gonna dive right down deep into them until they can find the core of punishment, where Unstoppables have been constantly found out one after another. Unstoppables, they're going in fast, but they make mistakes. It's not their playstyle, and it's not their place to stand, although with pistol rounds, they just might prevail. Now it's gonna be heading into a similar narration that we saw in the first Inferno, although this time around, Tryhards, I don't think they're gonna need as many rounds to take him out with, especially seeing as it's a lot better of a position, but currently still trying to collect a kill back, although Unstoppables definitely hold one hand over Tryhards.
We got an extra player. I mean, Choppa did lose a lot of that HP overall, down to 27. That is the leader in kills from this Unstoppables team, was one of the shining spots on the other side. For Tryhards, I want to see where they go with this mid-round play. Very patient. It's kind of swapped up in terms of those usual play styles. It's opener here. BV adds another on top, and Tryhards are down to just 2 members. Indigo, Stan E, we know they've got the clutch potential, but there's dualies awaiting on the other side of it. You look now for Indigo. They're down to 48 HP. It's a rotation up top. They're going to wait. They're going to avoid the dualies. Choppa from behind could destroy it all. And instead, it's a run into the site. Long range. Groys. It's the headshot. And even though the plant goes down, it's a 3v1. Stanny, there's the first. Now swinging the other 2 together. D1 fast able to take it. And Unstoppables, they're not dead quite yet.
The adaptation was definitely quick on their feet, just like Tryhards. In the very last half of a minute that was remaining, they managed to just come up with a plan B. And in that moment, they also realized it was a bit too difficult to come out of an execution such as it. And in the end, they lost the round. This is where pistols are great for the side of Unstoppables, but if they can't consistently pull this through, the second the AKs are passed down to the side of Tryhards themselves, they're gonna need to start burying some hatches here. Although 7 rounds below, Tryhards still having a huge score overload on top of Unstoppables. Let's see how that's gonna be going out.
It's round after round they built up on their CT side. And they've got to make some damage happen here in round number 2, especially because they didn't quite get that bomb down like they would have liked. So it's just some Deagles, some P2Ks as well. And on top of that, a little bit of money in the backside bank. Now, it is interesting on Train because of these isolated positions Unstoppables want to take. If you get 1 or 2 kills, that's a rifle, that's an opener, but here's the opener from Choppa, who cuts down the head of Priez.
Really disciplined. Nicely weighted, swung in when the time was right, and Priez didn't even realize it. Gonna be fantastic flashes. Now, not pushing up with those is definitely gonna be a mistake on the side of Tryhards, but the bomb doesn't seem to be heading towards B itself, although Choppa has been the great stoppage of it, and you're looking in the wrong direction, Rage Machine! He takes out another live. That's gonna be a soul to the chamber, looking to peek out, but you're punished for it. Indigo has no clue who he's fighting. The man, the myth, the legend, Choppa has put down the majority of them, and now for the final Stanny, gonna leave Vanya in a 1v4 situation as he puts it down to it himself. The blueprint looking to be made. The Deagle hitting some of those shots, dealing even minor damage. Going for a spinneroo. The one tap coming in through the wall bang. Juan Deagle from Vanya making a difference, but still with 25 seconds remaining, Unstoppables. It's going to be a hard time to actually throw this. What?
Surely!
No!
Just wish it into existence! He doesn't pick up the weaponry because he has to get the plant down. You need to clear this back, and they do. Groys will deny the best clutch play of the century. But Tryhards, boy, they are good at doing some mental damage.
Woohoo! Those heads were popping, and I imagine not only physically, but also psychologically. That was alert for a second, and I imagine Unstoppables were starting to feel a bit terrified. The fear factor really was kicking in, like Tryhards even possibly outcoming a 1v5 with only a Deagle and single bullets to the head. That is a terrifying scenario, but Choppa, let's look at these highlights. I mean, that is a difference maker if I've ever seen one. Even the C's coming out for the final, but just not until Vanya has a say about it. These shots were absolutely miraculous and managed to really get them a lot of cash, and also Tryhards will now be back up to a position where they can afford much more than just secondaries.
Especially Indigo is going to be investing into that AWP. We've seen that signature weapon so many times put in work. And here's the entry. They're going to bide the time, wait for the smoke to fade, and they don't really know if there's anybody in the other side of that hallway. So playing together is ever important at this point. Chapo was huge in that last round, but actually didn't have the money to invest even after all those kills. Trying to save some of the banks for his first bit of contact here. It's a duel on the other side, but it's a 2-for-1 that Tryhards win.
Not being able to back up that fight is going to be monumental here. Unstoppables are left one down, second, third. It's all falling apart like dominoes. And Tryhards are now making their sight completely clear, throwing those gadgets, denying the final one around the corner. And along with the flash, you managed to get a blinded Choppa to take him out. Stanley playing a dirty game, but it's a fair men's game as competition matters. And right now, it's slowly starting to look like Unstoppables are soon about to be in a position of a dead man walking.
It's just these duo plays that cause them to get in that graveyard position over and over again. Tryhards have shown over yesterday and today they have better duo setups than any other team here in the Plausible Gaming Championship Series. It's the reason they're up 1-0 in the series. It's the reason they're up 7 rounds and have got the control to try and hold it out for another one. Of course, still a little bit of time left to go in this round for themselves to work it in. Tryhards have that AWP saved over from Indigo.
And just like that, while everything is a bit of a standstill, everyone tuning in right now, action's about to pop off. But what's also action is the fact that you need to get the secret code that's about to be pasted in chat. Put it into Kaleem, enter the giveaway. These skins that they rock, they could possibly yours, maybe not. You need to check if you can win some beautiful AK-47 and M4A1S skins. The code will be SAVESTRATPG, meaning SAVESTRATPG. And right now, Tryhards, although they have lost one, they're still not going to be giving up completely.
And they're not going for a save strat themselves quite yet. They've got some money in the bank, and Priez, the Mac Daddy, ready to go.
Whoa.
I love the player borders as well, getting to see. You can rock your cool sunglasses. All we need is just some white shirts, some black shirts to bring in our show of muscles, our bring back of the force, and this is a sight take. Nobody's really here to defend. A jumping shot from Priez, and the op shots are good enough to delay in the boost. It's already down to a 3v2 as Tryhards need to get the plant. 20 seconds left to go, and D1 Fast good moving it off. Pincer position, a nade on top, but no! Indigo guards their teammate, and Fast Famas will have to take 3.
Indigo truly is the shield to the final two players here on Tryhards, being really around that default plant and Cubby alike. The nades could have dealt some damage. Secondly, that second swing could have possibly taken out whatever remains around the bomb itself, but not thanks to Indigo, who stopped it all down. And now D-Fast, like the name is, he needs to be fast on. The time is running out, and I think he's going to be going for a save. It's more than obvious. Even if it's a FAMAS, it's better than anything, especially when you're going to be going up against Tryhards on their second possible victorious map, and even on match point 4-12. Llama, this is gonna need to be a once-in-a-lifetime performance from Unstoppables, and not only that, but it's gonna be needing to be consecutive.
8 rounds in a row, and that only gets you to overtime. Now you get to take a look at this replay, and I think the most important thing, like you talk about, Indigo was huge, but I really love the spacing that Tryhards have. Sure, they have these smokes, but they're okay to aggress over them. They know these jump peaks so well, and Train was the map that Unstoppables were so comfortable on. If they lose this one, the series could be over quick.
It could be. And Unstoppables, look at what they're currently rocking. 2 of the players have pistols. Someone has an MP9. There's an SSG. These are not damages that Tryhards. This is not something that will blow Tryhards out of this competition. It's gonna need a miracle, especially with the performance and the track record that we've currently been facing, especially between these two teams in the grand finals. And the second map being lost in fashion like this, it will not be a good way for Unstoppables to go out 2-0, and then having to go on the third map, needing a reverse sweep in the following. Again, a complete switch up, a complete turnaround is what we need. And unless this round backfires onto Tryhards, we're gonna have to let it go.
Second map victory could be there. Priez and crew all held back by a Choppa hold here to try and deal some damage on the early swing. Knives are out, a trade of utility here. Priez looks for the entry, and Boy, do they have it. They've got to check two ways at once. But if these two players fall, the site is going to be free. Briaz dies. It's going to be Rage Machine, the only one to get one back. They've got to swing it. A 2 for 2 is there, but a bolster of the positioning by D1 Fast. The site is in take. Unstoppables have got two players here, and Royce is from behind. But can they hold it is the question.
They're holding their own weight, and they're doing really well here. Unstoppables might just have a chance. Tryhards, just a bit of a slip-up or a complete condition. That molly was great. It shut down the planter, and it's now going to be running down to time, meaning only one of these players is going to need to secure the other. A flank from Goyce, not expected. Indigo doesn't know about it. A pre-fire and shuts them both down. Mode like the lawn. D-Fast and Goyce, the dynamic duo. 5 to 12, 7 rounds in between, and it's looking like a bit more of a proactive gameplay.
I mean, credit to that early setup. Boy, if Desi does not start to get that spray down and get so many of those early kills, it is just a completely different story. I think the other big hint we get to see in that replay, Tryhards didn't actually get the bomb down on that first bit of engagement. It took him a while to get there.
Flashes out, Choppa low on HP. Not necessarily one bullet away, but definitely could be a deciding factor, especially when he's going to be going into these gunfights. He's currently been showing one after another. Now this round, if it doesn't go Tryhard's way, they're going to be low on money, especially cash alike. Roy's looking to peek out and aggressing over towards it, but Unstoppables right now, they're having a decent start.
It's a great little bit of entry. It's a push on in here towards that high ground. And where they move after this is going to be ever important. I think the biggest thing here is you mentioned Choppa, who's only on 29 HP, was the sole defender until BV was headed in to bolster this position. 60 seconds, it's Tryhard's motive to just go, go, go. And they will wait for that green light. A nice flash over, an early spray from the FAMAS is good for a 1-for-1. Briaz, steady! They might have just gotten themselves to that victory. It's another kill from Indigo. Doesn't matter if it's not the AWP. It's the seal of the deal. 13-5 and a 2-0 map lead for Tryhards.
Tryhards putting in the work. Okay, I see you. Unstoppables, I can't really see you. I gotta use binoculars for that one. But 2-0. All of the series count. Next one, if Unstoppables, if it isn't within your reach, you're gonna be in some trouble. Although Tryhards, I imagine they're laying back, having a blast at this point, especially with the score they've been delivering. And before we get ourselves the answer, do we get map number 4 or not, Llama? We're gonna take a short break, so stay tuned as we'll be right back.
You could call me POTUS. I got all the votes.
They be like, really? You got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us unworth hearing of. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like a soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight on it. Yeah, I got a different motive. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You can call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is that believe. I'm gon' make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win. No fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see. Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion in leaving behind adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you can do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
No fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see. Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win. No fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see. Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PlausibleGaming Championship Series here for Season 4 of our Counter-Strike 2 finale on Championship Sunday. And boy, tryhards, they must have brought their baseball bats because they are swinging up 2-0 in the series, stealing away Train, which was the best map we've seen all weekend long from Unstoppables yesterday in that best of 3. Gonna be exciting as we head to map number 3. Before we do, again, it's Llama77 and Buffo Bob up here on the desk. Bob, it's been a fun 2 maps, but I want some more.
I want some more, and what better way to do it on a map that we haven't seen since yesterday, or we haven't seen at all, nor yesterday, not today, Dust 2. Now, personally, I'll be honest, as much of a traditional map as this is, Dust 2, personally, I'm not a fit to it. Now, I said I don't like Train, and I'm starting to really like it. Maybe that's going to be a same opinion to be changed right here, right now. But before we do, Llama, I think everyone watching should start realizing how great Plausible Gaming is, and especially their Discord where they can come in, they use the tool, and get themselves some beautiful players to get along with new friends, possibly stack up with your own. Join the community, non-toxic community, that's spreading right now through PUBG and CS2 alike with great competitions such as this one you're currently watching, and make sure to join on in. And Llama, just in case anyone decides to miss out on this great action happening, where could they go to rewatch it?
I couldn't think myself to miss the action, but maybe other duties do call and you did miss some of the action. You can check out the YouTube channel for Plausible Gaming where they're posting not only their Counter-Strike content, but their PUBG content as well. Highlight clips and some nice little teasers for the action on the build-up to what will be the next season for Counter-Strike. That's the beautiful thing is, even for some of the teams or even some of the newer players entering, maybe you don't win the championship on your first time around. Very few do. You've got a second chance and a third chance and infinite chances if you keep bettering yourself.
Absolutely. So make sure to join on by, stop on by. There's also a giveaway currently being held, and there's some secret codes to be dropped on by every now and then. So make sure to keep your ear out. Be all ears, be all eyes, because we're going to be making sure that they're dropped even in this final map possibly. And that's just more of a reason to stay tuned because we're going on to the third map. This could be the decider. If it's all played well and the cards are played correctly by the side of Tryhards and Unstoppable can't get their act together. 2-0 right now. Series point at a best of 5. Not the best going on to Dust 2, where we have seen neither of these teams play, and it's going to be a new experience. Now it's up to Unstoppable to make a difference.
I think as well for Tryhards, this is their map pick. We kind of went through the back and forth of that best of 5 pick ban. this is their second selection after Inferno, so maybe their second strongest map they personally feel best on. I know we got to see them on Nuke yesterday where they look really, really good, but this is their chance to close it out. I know we were kind of talking off screen, but Indigo is going to just have a field day of possible positions to place up on that AWP and try and clutch up for the team. But this is also, again, tryhards historically have been very good in finals. Out of the 3 past seasons we've had here at the Plausible Gaming Championship Series, tryhards have crowned themselves champions 2 out of those 3.
And maybe they're going to do it for 3 out of those 4. But let's see the action pop off. Can a reverse sweep be made by the side of Unstoppables? Or will the name be a false false prophecy by the side of tryhards, who will look to put a stop to them? Going on to Dust 2, not 1. We're going on to the second one here. And let's see what tryhards have to offer up.
Tryhards will start on their CT side here, so Unstoppables are actually, interestingly enough, if you don't pick the map, you do get to pick the side you're on, so choosing to start on this T side, a very bold choice, and we'll have to see if it does pay out. Stanny is the sole member here, guarding the site off of the long angle, and picks up a headshot, so there's going to be a bolster coming through. Smoke is going to deny that re-entry, but this should theoretically be a plant.
It definitely should be. You got yourself on those boxes. It's going to be safe and sound. No one seems to be contesting it on top. And right now, CT spawn is completely left open, closed, and empty. Unstoppables have gotten themselves at a great position, although losing out on one player certainly won't be the best course of action. And tryhards seem to be going the full long way around it with one of the largest flanks. 3 players, maybe 2 to follow up against it as well. Although you really have to watch out for bottom ramp, as one from behind could be making a difference. You don't seem to anticipate. But it seems like tryhards have caught on to their lead as they're taking one after another. Finally, Snoops out, goes for a bit of peek at me, go for a whack a player, and just like that, Groyce is in fact whacked. But time doesn't remain, and the bomb will be going off.
Tryhards had that player locked in on it, and you know, I think Vanya just spending some time investigating their own weaponry, the cosmetics, and all of the things that are available. Of course, we're giving away some cosmetics. Make sure you guys get yourself involved in that, and keep your ears open, because we'll be revealing 1 secret code per map. And, you know, if Unstoppables can keep it going, that means more chances for you to enter.
Absolutely. Larger the chance, better it is. And more of a percentage you get to come out with. Right now, tryhards have come out with the opening 1, and just like that, Unstoppables, they've lost the time on the previous one, especially seeing this bomb could not be defended in such a nickel amount. Although Choppa, 1 for 1, eye for eye. Currently, tryhards struggling to defend themselves off, as it's too much to push against. And right now, some of these players have also backed themselves up with a very nice stock amount of guns.
Got set up. They've got the entry. Briez has got the kill through the smoke, though, and that's going to hurt. The jump up on the boxes isn't going to be contained. That means that the bomb is going to go down. Vanya wants the booster seat. We'll give it to him. Rage Machine doesn't grab the kill, and it's still in this 3v3. Very tough waters to tread here for Unstoppables, as they've got not a ton of HP. Groyce is the one with the most, and Choppa's playing on that long cart. You get to see, you wait for that smoke to fade. The bomb is down to half here, and there's an early kill. The cutback here from Groyce is a nice headshot, and it's all down to Rage Machine, who can't even get one. Unstoppables rip away the economy.
Rip so they do, rip and tear one after another, and that's going to be a round they've been looking for, meaning that both of these teams, one of them is going to be on an eco standard that we've been looking at for quite a while from tryhards in the previous map and the first alike, but Unstoppables get a better grasp of it this time around, and tryhards are going to need to reserve a couple of those just to give them away. It's a giveaway of rounds right now. Get yourself onto pistols, let Unstoppables win a couple, and then once you're back up and ready to get back into the action, that's when you're truly showed. But look at tryhards. Look at the push here. It comes out forward, and it's traded off 2 for 2. Rage Machine with a double kill thanks to Stanley as well, backing him up in the prior. And right now, some of these players have gotten up to close right. The final 2 are locking you next to gate, and you're just not comfortable enough to make a move on.
There should be 2 free weapons. Once tryhards realize that they're not going to be guarding them, should be able to walk out and grab whatever they choose. Rage Machine will get the free M4. And talk about Stanny right now on 5 kills already. Just a clutch monster. That bomb is going to be planted solely over towards the B side, so it'd be a long run back. But it's 2 M4s. I mean, that's a nice little free pickup here. Unstoppable is looking to do a little bit of damage, and it looks like tryhards are just going to be happy with the damage they did.
Look, they've scouted, they've scoured, and with it, they've gotten themselves what they wanted. Good guns going into the forward round with maybe more positivity to shut Unstoppables from gaining any more leverage and lead on the current round count, because once Unstoppables start, they're hard to be stopped as the name shows, and I'm going to keep up the punch, but tryhards, they're no worse than it. We've seen them in the previous sessions, how well they can really work around the mistakes, and unless Unstoppables here are going to be committing them, I feel like they could be in for a good round.
Feels like it's going to be a good battle, I think, from these two teams, not only in this round number 4, but the next few especially. I want to see what this Dust 2 map does truly bring, because for tryhards, they've been known by their speed all day long, and I think one of the things Dust 2 doesn't allow you to do is just fast swing out. You've got to invest a lot of utility if you want to try and make a pick play down mid or down A long. Instead, this time, Stan Lee is going to be one of the sole 2 defenders here, guarding away. The only one with a rifle is the one that connects first.
Smoke to isolate, one goes for the peek, but little does he know Stanley's still being proactive, as that's a triple through tunnel, nicely shutting down the majority, and Unstoppables have just been stopped. Groy's coming out to make a vengeance shot, and so he does, with a second to be followed from Choppa's side, and his own. Tryhards are now making a full-on rotation towards this A side, as that's where the main lead is going to be, but trying to dictate the move on. Little do they know that one is going to be snooping right beneath their very nose. The bomb is theirs, one flank going to be dangerous, and it doesn't seem to push up to be quite active, but just now it comes out. Choppa with a beautiful flick to the left, finding Indigo's head, serving it on a platter. The final one with a pre-spray, and that's the 3rd round. Orange all around, and 2 rounds ahead of tryhards. This is a new age.
A new way to live here as the 2-round bonus coming through. Tryhards, I think overall it's just a lack of weaponry there. Had they had some more rifles, could have been a little bit easier, but Stanley goes crazy. Yes, it's a nice little 3K, but also the positions they lose across the map. They lose all mid control because of this over-aggressive look from Rage Machine. Rage Machine gets that kill, the round is over, Tryhards win it, but they don't, and Stanley is not able to clutch it.
He's not, and we're getting back into it. And all of a sudden, what has just happened? We are seeing a bloodbath. The streets are filled, splattered all across, and, well, tryhards are now back into the leading position. They seem to be holding over these strings, and the final player, DFast, trying to smoke it all about. He does have a bomb, could go for a rotation, and I feel like that's going to be the directive approach, but rather goes for a double back, and does seem to want to force commit to it, especially when you're peeking long. The op definitely has an advantageous shot, but you're working against numbers yet again, and this is something that tryhards are really good at realizing.
They've been a feel-good team. They know how to feel out the rest of the map, and they've got those 3 players to just really shut down those possible angles. I think Stanley, incredible on the kill count, double digits in just 4 short rounds. Let's include this 5th one, and it's just another from Stanley. Make it 11, a triple kill, and a headshot to deliver a huge blow to the Unstoppables crew.
I'm looking at Indigo right now. The op is passed down. I knew it was about to happen. And Indigo from Stanley, one to another. They respect, they know who the dedicated opper is. And clearly Indigo is going to be passing on that title for himself, keeping it nicely locking. And just like that, the op is going to be theirs. Unstoppables going to be low on some of these guns. D1 fast with the Tech 9, hoping that one of these bodies dropped by tryhards is able to carry on some loot for him. But a fast end push. The pace is fantastic. And in the meanwhile, Unstoppables working between each other just to spread some damage and get themselves onto B with a beautiful plant right after.
The utility was perfection, and a great little opener here from Unstoppables. You wonder, I mean, tryhards, they don't have a ton of money, and they don't have the space to try and retake it with that smoke down double doors. They're just gonna skate back to a safer position. So Unstoppables, what we really asked of them in that last map on Train was, can they find the ability to go fast? Because on the T side, unlike the CT side of this map, you have to find those very explosive moments, and that's exactly what they did. They kill the 2 players here, they isolate it more importantly, and they're gonna earn themselves around number 4.
Just like that. It's a great start. Continue it. Keep it up. It's a tempo that we need to consistently keep. And right now, Unstoppables have finally gotten some sort of idea on how to do it. They're starting to put a plan into motion, and the blueprint is definitely built. But the craft needs to be just about as good to keep it up, especially against full hearts, tryhards, who are currently looking to win it out and clutch this entire matchup as soon as they can, going out in flawless fashion on the match point and series alike. But they currently don't hold the choke point, which is the one thing Unstoppables should never let go of.
Need to hold it now. Stanny's gonna go off the flash and still die. It's a blind Joppa kill that moves into a Stanny decimation. And look at what that opens up. It's going to cause a quick little bolster of that A-side defense. A dual hold from Vanya and Rage Machine is going to set up Friez in just an awkward spot. And Unstoppables knows it. The bait, the switch, the smoke, the mirrors, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be a free 99 site for Unstoppables. Shall they commit to it?
A free B&D, ace in the hole, put that flash where it belongs, and in the meanwhile, seeing as this is a bit more T-sided, Unstoppables can definitely still hold on to the luxury that some of these rounds may be theirs, but tryhards, we haven't seen them pull out that aggression we're so used to. The up there, not expected. A beautiful one-tap, just a single headshot with Chopa's OHP not being on the best condition, and one coming on to Spiral, right, looking to find that shot. He could definitely be the changer of attraction, sees the hand, the molly there to deny him, made nicely to push up with it, and it's going to be a great ace of distraction as two players are focused on it. Indigo with a flick! Deceased will truly be falling, and just like that through smoke we get a move on, but one after another they seem to be stopped, and tryhards are finally putting in the effort but just can't seem to get the execution off as these two final players are forced to go off, nicely retreat and save their guns.
See if Rage Machine can survive. A little bit of pressure from Unstoppables, but eventually they will get their exit. So all 5 players survive, and it is going to be Unstoppables moving to 5 rounds in a very great position. I've got to say, though, saving Indigo's AWP is going to feel good, but this round did not. I mean, losing Stanny early, getting that perfect blind out, and then the combination of just pushing away Indigo and getting those 2 kills on double doors, a great teamwork play. Unstoppables with a really big advantage for the first time today.
Absolutely. It's a change of pace, and we love to see it. Like we called it a new age here for Unstoppables, and they're looking to really bring this new kind of possibility of a reverse sweep into action, into an actual move that they can possibly present to us on Dust, which yet again, we haven't seen these two teams play on Dust. Not yesterday. Today will be the first. And Joppa taking the front lead. The flash there trying to predict some of these players and just doesn't seem to notice. Stanny doesn't hit his shots. And that could be the turnaround on round number 8. Just he peeking out of that head. It gets the headshot. PVC there with a second. And tryhards have already lost 2.
Play. They hold it through double, and Indigo just takes the spray of a lifetime, but running out of bullets is BV. It's going to be down through mid. It's an interesting play now with less than a minute to go. Indigo's back. Indigo's dead. Bye-bye. Into the grave you go. Dig it yourself. Joppa's got another. The head flies off as Vanya's taken down to the ground. Unstoppables guarantee themselves a tied half.
Tryhards were so overoccupied with thinking that Unstoppables were instantly going to book it, bolt it over towards B and get themselves an easy plant, or rather A, not B. Make sure that it's A. They were bolting it for A. That's the thought of Tryhards, but in the meanwhile, they were cut off mid-side and completely shut down while trying to get a rotate in themselves to deny the plant, but little too late did they realize what was currently happening. They were surrounded, taken out, and now a tactical timeout will be required because this has just gone on for too long.
Too big of a streak. And this timeout, of course, brought to you by Plausible Gaming. If you guys want to check out all of what they have to offer in their platform, in their non-toxic community, and in those tournaments, make sure you check it out as soon as possible. And boy, oh boy, I mean, Bob, this is a great map number 3. I'm just hoping we get to see these teams for even longer today.
The longer, the better. And Unstoppables finally pushing themselves away from a backed up wall and currently looking to make a change. I've been loving it. This is the game we expected to see. Not that over aggro force on that was unnecessary. Not that team chemistry completely mixed between each other, making formulas that just don't work together. But Unstoppables, in the time we saw them like yesterday, a dominant force that simply cannot be stopped.
They've been feeling good. And honestly, for both these two teams, they went on that 2-0. This time around, it's just Vanya. We do say it is just Vanya, but last time he had a Deagle in a 1v5 scenario. It took 3 lives before falling to the ground set. Unstoppables have to be very careful. There's some cheeky angles to punch, and there's a re-engage onto Catwalk as well. This fire's going to do a little bit of work. Pushes him out, gets the nice kill. Combo of bullets. It's a maelstrom as 2 bodies fall.
Like that, tryhards are now having a taste of their own medicine, being on the losing side and at the same time struggling to even get a kill in, as Unstoppables right now taking B side under complete contention. Also the plant down, time ticking already almost halfway through, and with pistols and MP9 at best for Stanny to try and cover up those really bad economical situations. I don't think this is a round you can try and salvage out of. This is simply just a situation where you must realize you have lost. It's 7 for Unstoppables. They've passed the line and they're ready to pass you in the race as well.
They're going to keep moving up in those round sets, and they have been giving us just a phenomenal map number 3. But it's actually time for us to give something back to you people at home. If you want to activate another one of our secret codes, we've got a secret code for you. It's Heart Hold Heroes. HARDS HOLDHEROES. Enter it now. Get yourself involved in the AK and M4 giveaway.
Absolutely can't be missed out on. It's free and it can be yours with just a couple of steps. So make sure to follow the link dropped in the Twitch chat and make sure to follow up with this match, as it's about to be evolving into some chaos, if we were to call it. What just happened? There it goes. 2 for 2 yet again. It always seems like these trades are as equal about as it gets, but Unstoppables don't take that as a sort of downside, but rather something to keep them pushing and looking for another way to gain the upper lead.
Just that upper foot in the round, you'd have to wonder how Unstoppables keep doing this, and it's this early engage mindset that has set themselves up into a 3v3. Realistically, if they choose to fight Priez, it's going to be a 1-for-1. Nade will burn him down, and so will the fire. The late smoke will send BV down to 23 and then down to the death as Vanya holds the double doors. The bomb is picked up, and the run is started. Choppa has had a phenomenal 3-game series, even in the losses, but now they must clutch up this 2v1.
And they're making a great progress towards it, as they've already made it halfway through towards A site. Also in the meanwhile, passing gates, nicely going road long, and it doesn't seem like tryhards are going to have a difficult time trying to rotate over to it, as only they need to go through spawn. And with this piece of gadget, it's going to be more than clear where Choppa finally stands. One of them already going to be quick on the move, trying to prevent him from planting. We hear it going down. The bomb is nicely spiked into the ground, and Op right below him. Does he know the Op for top, just to try and isolate into 1v1 positions? That's going to be his greatest crutch, although finding some footsies, but not being able to get just that final bullet in. Choppa falls, and Unstoppables, the reign of terror is over, while tryhards might be looking to make a change and maybe getting some rounds of their own.
The nice thing here is you get to save Indigo's AWP as well, which, as you mentioned at the start of this map, especially on this map specifically, you have so many places to set up. That mid push has been denied time and time and time again because Indigo has had this weapon. Sure, hasn't found that many kills, but has kind of pulled and pushed around this Unstoppables team. Now they're still +4 in round count. Tryhards need to win a few more in this half if they want to set themselves up for success on the other side.
That they do. A 7-5 would be plausible. Maybe a 4-8. I'd still give them that, as long as they're able to get some performance boosters, especially going into the second half, and especially with these nades coming out and nicely read the movements on Unstoppables, deal some minor damage. Now it is a slap on the wrist not being able to take out some of these players, but it's the push that doesn't seem to be anticipated, and tryhards with that single flash, he completely screwed. A single shot from Indigo, although to return it with a smoke alongside in combination, it's going to make the push a bit more or less confident, but still reads it just in time. Not being good on the pacing, and when you're able to sink it, does seem to be good on the accuracy, but that no-scope isn't going to be serving you too well. The bomb picks up. Groy's going to need to commit to it in any second, and Indigo not holding the right angles, being completely pinched back towards spawn side, and this bullet could be changing the course where it takes. As Vanya puts it, D-Fast falls, and will we commit to the plant for that extra ka-ching? Nope. Gonna sadly have to face difficulties, as with a flash, Tryhards now win it out just they looked like they were about to lose.
I mean, it's Vanya's flank there that really changes everything up. The start of the round was just bodies falling, and that's what Unstoppables have really put into this map. I think Indigo's kill there is good. The second one is insanity. Wow, Blind hits that one on a beautiful dime. And then that flank just does everything. Unstoppables here, what do they want to do? They've lost a few rounds in a row. Do not want to give over a fifth to Tryhards right at the end of things.
They don't, but will they have to is the choice. They've been prominent enough to keep themselves just good enough on money to persist with these AKs till the final round and max themselves up on everything they needed to buy. Now it's going to be a battle of titans for this last one, a clash some may call it, and let's look at where the consistency is going to be most present from the side of Unstoppables, as they're right now really going to be around mid-doors, trying to push up, going towards spawn side, and that's going to be the greatness of it, but no one seems to be going up against him, as the bomb carrier going to be going top. That's one, that's two, not coming around. Yes, it does. Choppa, though, coming in for the interwine, and cutting one down as an extra Tryhards. Now the final three need to clutch this up.
They're going to go in from two separate angles. They've got Indigo on that AWP. You would hope they could take down Groyce, but that smoke is just going to make things even more awkward. Both those smokes, actually. They smoke off double and the long entryway. So it's going to be realistically half the bomb timer left and even less. You'd have to think you're investing this flammable first from Stanny, but Stanny's just going for the kills. The trades aren't quite there. 2v2, and Groyce combined with Choppa will move Unstoppables up to 8.
Grueling moving there. Grueling movement from the side of Groyce and Choppa. They nicely maneuvered just to completely distract Tryhards. They didn't know who exactly they want to focus on, and with a 4-to-8 split, this could possibly be going up to map number 4. It's very potential. Chances are high, and definitely, again, you make your own bet, and right now lying in it, they're going to be comfortable as long as they don't lose these 4 rounds, maybe even acquire them. It could be unspeakable action from the side of Unstoppables.
Got the possibility to start off that reverse sweep, and it all starts one map at a time. You don't think about map number 5 until you get this victory here in map number 3. Of course, Tryhards, they could do the exact same thing. They could say, you did it, we're going to try and do it even better. And it all starts here in this pistol. A stack up towards mid, cut down by this catwalk re-entry. Choppa's been so huge. The double barrels are good for 1. Stanny falls, but it's a 2 for 1 quickly. Fast gets their man as the walkout is damaging for the lone duo here. A long-range shot. Didn't even expect it from BV. Takes the head off, and now it's a 4v2.
That duo you so-called mentioned is now going to have to shoulder the burden of going up against 4. Now a single bullet to take out 1, as the HP may not be looking the best on the standard of this TC side. But currently with a flash in combination, maybe you're going to be able to have a bit more comfort. A single tap to the head, able to do the job. That's Rage Machine with 1. Still a potential second right around the corner. But do they realize that there's the jump, finishes the job, the bomb is theirs, and now they just need to commit to what they started. Flank not going to be fully initiated, and he's checking the top. What are we doing? Not the best time to be! But the final shots from Rage Machine are what finalized this round, as the 5th is going to be stacked. Tryhards now, the first one looking greater on Eco.
The good old full house. We haven't actually seen it over the course of the past 2 days. Vanya picks up the triple, and the Rage Machine picks up a double. A nice little setup, and after Choppa just decimated everything they had set up there, I think BV as well, those long-range shots were good, but just no one was able to deal with this duo. We've said it time and time again, when there is a try-hard double team out there, it is so tough to beat what they have set up. And here's Stan A. You talk about double, well, how about Stanny and Indigo, who trade 2 for 1? They're going to be walking backwards, avoiding that re-engage, and possibly just taking the other side for free.
Look at the 3 players from Unstoppables. They're completely isolated in this bottom right pit around it as well. And these final 3 players are locked there, meaning this rotation on CT side is going to be completely taken by Vanya. Anyone trying to go bottom will be punished for it. And I do believe D1 Fast knows it, but he looks away just at the wrong moment. And the final 2 isolated. A 1v3, rather 1v4, as Vanya has the final say about it. A coup de grace there, going 6 and 8, and tryhards are slowly starting to catch up.
This is what they do on their T side. So strong at bringing in the explosiveness. And boy, Stanny, what a series they have had for themselves. Vanya on the low ground is just able to deny everything. And tryhards, just a really smart player, recognizing how many players were stacked up there towards a long. Do they want to try it again? A dual player stack of D1 Fast with that AWP and Choppa on that entrance, and looks like they want to go for the gamble. Right inside here, Stanny's going to walk into the smoke flashes there, shooting their own teammate, but still getting the kill. A headshot onto Choppa. Do they try and deal? They'll flame away the car and back up to safety.
This is that snowball we're seeking. Tryhards looking to rapidly descend to the performance of Unstoppables, as this round, if they manage to get away with it, again, guns aren't going to be the best. That follows to another round right after it, and all of a sudden we've got some trouble, and it's going to be a double just about at any moment, unless BVC can really change the course and completely tie-turn it on Tryhards and their own strategy, as they're looking to come in for that consolation prize being B. With the rotation being huge, one of the players still on pit, that's not really working out, meaning it's going to be a 4v4 team fight between the two.
There's still another rotation potential, though. If tryhards sense the danger here, could go the other way. Instead, it's going to be a dual flash. Everybody's going in. They pass in the smoke, and it's a flash that works out 2 for 1. The spray down for BV gets no more after their M4 ran out of ammo. And now for D1 Fast, you think is just going to hold the other way? I mean, this just looks like a safe scenario already, and Vanya's got the flick of the wrist to delete the headshot.
Just like that, the M4A1S really the only downside of it, besides the damage and the suppression. In the end, you know, it might be a decent gun, but those bullets, sometimes they're just a little too little. Just like that with those 20, you run out, you're forced to the USPS. That's going to be a fall for one of the players from Unstoppables, which yet again could have completely changed how the turnaround would have been of this round, but matters not, as now D1 needs to secure this up. That's going to be the primary objective going off from the previous one, which was try to fight it back against tryhards, but that simply will not be possible. The final one's back off. The bomb goes off. 1 round deficit between the two, and tryhards also forcing the majority of Unstoppables onto a low amount of money if this one is lost.
That's really, really tough. You talk about the advantage, the biggest round differential all day long that this team of Unstoppables had going into the halfway margin. They now have lost basically all of it. You talk about a tryhards team who has been here before, who has won before, and now has the money to do it again.
Gonna have to be cautious here. Pistols are all out and looking to duel up on. It's definitely gonna be a nice way of finding yourself a trade in the meanwhile. Trying to push up here to find a better gun definitely is gonna be working out, and a simple shot onto the head of one of these players. Tryhards have found themselves encumbered in a winning situation, now turning into a loss suddenly, especially when it comes to players. And don't turn your back to your enemy, especially when they hold a very dangerous pistol. But that's where Vanya shots him down. Stanny as well with his support, and Indigo for the third. They all crumble. Tryhards are back onto a decent game, and although Unstoppables have backed up their economy, they're certainly going to need to win this next one.
This is where they get back to that bye round. They're on a four-round loss streak, and I mean, this is just solo kills. You talk about confidence after losing 2 of your own. Friez, that early trade you thought was going to be costly, and then on top of it, Vanya has just been a solo monster. Hits the headshot, everything collapses around the other side of the map, and it's going to be quick here from tryhards. They've actually left the bomb quite back in the spawn. But a couple sets of lava on the floor. I mean, Unstoppables can't go too far forward.
Unstoppables are capable of doing it. They just haven't found that second pivot yet. The first one was definitely in the first half, which it showed an 8-4 split before rounds in a row being lost to the side of tryhards, who have been scrambling them like an egg before tryhards are folded like an omelet. An 8 against 4 to 8 against 8 is a great conversion. It's up to Tryhards to keep it up, and right now pushing in, trying to force their way, and they definitely get one. The second won't be coming into their favor, and an exchange here as Unstoppables. Their stall game is definitely something out of the ordinary.
They're going to trade the site for the player advantage. That's what the stall is all about, but now they've got to get creative. I mean, you've really only got 2 ways to enter unless you rotate all the way back through tunnels. And Stanny, I mean, talk about the man, the myth, the legend. A flash out on top of it, just ready to spray him down! Stanny gets the 3K! An incredible transfer! And it's all down to Fast, finds one to the backside, and doesn't get the other. The machine has been raged against, and Tryhards refuse to give a roundup on their T-side.
Stanny, like mentioned by Llama, the man, the myth, the legend. 3 kills, 1 man, single army, no backup needed. And just like that, Tryhards will be dethroning the king of Dust 2 in a matter of 8 to 9. Now, can they keep the crowd? Is completely up to them, but right now they're approaching double digits, and that's a number that Unstoppables want to reach before them.
You would love to get this round, but boy, I mean, you talk about BV and Choppa, your 2 kind of top 3 players in terms of kills on your own team, and you talk about Choppa, who's second in the lobby in terms of overall kills. They're not on the greatest weaponry to fight in this round. It's going to be on the rest of the 3 to power through their M4s. And Vanya, I mean, talk about a dangerous fella, especially standing on a teammate's head. Fast is going to be on that early trade and looks for a little bit of HP loss. Nate on top of it will push him away and take Fast down to 43.
Closing in on a dangerous proximity here. Once you try to push up, there is no going back, especially on short. And this is where the real danger appears. Can you push it through? Tryhards willing to go for the full commit or trying to go the rotation. What does seem like a better option? Stanley holding it down for the flank won't be the best move on. You need to have a similar approach like your teammates. And with the 40 seconds to remain, I feel like their decision making has not yet been complete.
Haven't chosen entirely where to go, but they've got 5 flashes. Realistically, they can choose where they want and they can go in with speed, but it's gonna have to be now. 25 seconds to go. Indigo is the bomb carrier right now, so that's important to watch out for as well. Here's the engagement. It's going to fall onto the A site. It's going to be rotation from under. A nice clear on the kill. They can now just take B for free. Stanny moving in. 10 to go. Up shot connects from Indigo. What an insane little flick. And Tryhards take an impossible round to their favor.
Unspeakable. Tryhards. The way they move through this round is phenomenal, but before we get to that talk, the flick even more. Let's see Unstoppables. What can they respond with? Will they go for the save or try to fight back against it, possibly losing the guns they love so much? Seeing as 2 of your players, BBC and Choppa, are quite low on them. One of them does manage to pick up a kill. That's going to be good for the KD, but that is about it. Their economy is great, and you seem to be crumbling it down. T1 Fast, where was this at the start of the round? It's a little too late now. And let's talk about Tryhards. Llama, let me get it straight. There was the best diversion. They threw a bunch of flashes onto A. They made it look like that's exactly where they wanted to go. But in the end, it was smokes alike. They dropped down onto CT spawn. They completely surrounded B in the meanwhile and closed in as fast as they could before Unstoppables could even react. And that's where they hit the 10 mark.
Those flashes are just so important. We said it. You've got 5 of them. You really invested only 1 towards that B-bomb site. The rest is just cannon fodder. And overall, they have yet to lose a round here on this T side. And they are still, by the way, up 2-0 in map count. They win this one. Their map selection, by the way, it is all over. Unstoppables, they are just trying to grind whatever they can into these maps. But it is nothing so far. Choppa is a hero in a cave, but do they wear it? No! They find the kryptonite and Superman is dead.
A stinging shot there, especially for such a heavy hot player. One right around the corner, they anticipate, they react on it as well. Stanley takes another life, but two are returned to the meanwhile. Possibly a third doesn't connect the shots. Prees does get the dodge through though. Tryhard still have one player above and looking to push up on the CT spawn side. While in the meanwhile, the Molly is going to be delaying your plan just for a tiny bit, but the position is still going to be more than comfortable as three players back down off to two. Tryhards are now limited to their final, a duo v duo, and it seems like it's a Mexican standoff with these Mollies about to be the timer, counting down in any second, and right from below, that's one for them. They're looking decent. Indigo's holding it long. He has the advantageous position. It's halfway through, and we need a faster move, but they both need to move at the same time. All that Indigo needs to truly do is hold down this position, maybe win one gunfight, and that's about as good as it gets. That's a flick unlike any of it. He tries to go for the wall back, doesn't get it. The second one doesn't get it through. The damage isn't there, and Unstoppables, just by the pure mere coincidence of the box protecting his life bar, managed to defuse in the nick of time.
Get yourself a friend like that box. That'll dart you to the ends of the earth. That'll save you on 17 HP. It wasn't pretty by any means. They lost all but one player, and Indigo, those shots continue to impress. But it's not enough for a Tryhard's victory quite yet. You said it though, the money is perfection. D1 Fest has got the shot at Rage Machine. He's dead. Here's a double nade stack up. Bye-bye to your health bars and bye-bye to Vanya.
Unstoppables! Where are we witnessing this from? They're pulling out like a secret trump card, and out of nowhere it seems to be a runaway train formed them. A nade stacked up as well. Indigo's pinpoint precision accurate shot onto mid. A truly shocking experience, and Tryhards are going to need to come back away from this one. Otherwise, they're going to be stalled, mate. They're going to be stalled down onto their bottom dollar, and that's a situation that they've been leaving Unstoppables on for far too long, whereas the fight back is finally to be seen, but the T side is the only one that needs to make a move. Unstoppables can simply hold angles. They have all 5 players alive. They have more than enough to do so, and with 1 minute remaining, Tryhards need to start making some decisions.
It's not a lot of time. But importantly, we look at the utility again. 3 flashes, 3 mollies, and a smoke as well. You can do a lot with that. But watching where this bomb is going to go, you watch where the AWP is. For D1 Fast, they're watching down mid. So realistically, if you can use those utility pieces to crunk either one of those sites open, you don't necessarily have to immediately deal with that AWP. But you also wonder with the money, what's the choice here? Do you just overinvest, or it looks like to me Tryhards are just giving up on this round?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to save. If they lose out on the guns, look at Prius. He's on $450. We see Stanley as well, 100 below it, and Rage Machine looking at a 300. That's not going to be the best if you end up dying. And if you even want to try and convert this following round, you can rely on Vanya to maybe buy a decent gun for Machine, while he himself also acquires a decent AR, right? That's going to be the go-to goal, and this next round needs to be theirs. Otherwise, they're going to be sent back onto a low amount of money, while in the meanwhile, Unstoppables are going to keep on growing, and then the final few rounds are going to be mostly reliant on the Thrifty. And right now, Llama, we are 10-10, meaning the next one to win 3 within regulation, unless both of them get to that 12 mark. That's the important part.
Just the thought, though, of overtime already wets the whistle. Could be an awesome extra bit of action that they provide for us. But Tryhards, of course, they're on team map selections already. Just nobody looks. Nobody checks left here. It's going to be everybody burning down. D1 Fast has got the sniper shot onto Stan E2. Nice little low nade, and D1 Fast is just taking everybody. It doesn't matter. Op, nade, whatever in between. Tryhards are reduced to a bit of rubble.
To Adam, some may say the final 2 pieces really trying to fight back against, but D1 gets one. Indigo's flicks are absolutely phenomenal and something unchallenged. And when you're blindsided, mollied, you get one. The second one above, he doesn't seem to spot him, and Chopper with the headshot. Tryhards fall out, and right now, Unstoppables, the best opportunity to take a map away has just started shining for them.
It's attack timeout. It's the final one that Tryhards have left, and Deceased just did just a really good job in that last round in combination with Fast, who is up to now 14 kills, matching that of the second highest kill lead in Groyce on their team. I think as well, you talk about Stan, he is an overall player. We were talking 3, 4, 5 rounds ago, they were on this 20 bomb. They were feeling so good. but they've been slowed down. Unstoppables have found the exact antidote that the poison that Tryhards have been throwing at them all day long.
A single player to carry on the team definitely isn't going to be the best. A hero play is something we should not rely on, and it seems like Stanny currently is holding the cape. The second you said it, the Kryptonite 2, they're a Superman. Once it's shut down, they seem to be finding a lot more trouble along it, and this timeout is going to be very important, mostly because it decides, Tryhards, do we go for a full buy and risk it? Do we go for a save and try to get ourselves into overtime? What will the decision be? We have two choices, only one path to correctly take, and it feels like theirs is going to be the save, and then they're going to have to rely on the following 2 rounds right after this one to be their best.
I feel like, funnily enough, there's a sneaking suspicion I have of this round that Tryhards always seem to perform on these ecos.
Yeah,
they always seem to find some sort of weird plays. And it would be fitting for them to tie it up 11-11. Unstoppables, they have everything in front of them. Nice little flames to deny it, and no, it's just going to be everybody burning down through mid. The double door denial from Deceased will be good for a double kill. Groisset's on top, and guess what? That bomb is in absolute no man's land. Oh, hello, Joppa says goodbye. No knives this time around to add into the BM, but Tryhards are pretty much done and dusted unless Rage Machine can find themselves the greatest ace of all time. Starts here and ends right there as well. Double kill from Joppa. Flawless round from Unstoppables.
Even taking their Tech 9s as a bit of a trophy, now it's up to the final few moments. Will map number 3 carry us over to the 4th with Unstoppables possibly going for that reverse sweep with their first step into it, or Tryhards when they're following next and we get to see overtime in the grand finals? Both of these options would be fitting, but it's up to these players to make the right choices, and Unstoppables, focusing most of their utility on Nate's site, will definitely be the best directive they can take.
Put some space towards mid as well. I mean, if they can open up towards that left side, of course, D1 Fast is actually placed very deep inside of A long. A smoke actually on top from Tryhards to be able to open up some more space. I think this is going to be a little bit more patient round from them. Don't want to throw away the map. Overtime could be on the horizon for them as well, and you've got all your players left alive. You've got so much utility left to boot here as Grois repositions to the back of site.
Rage Machine flash for a moment, does try to check in, doesn't come out with any succession, but neither failure, which currently is going to be holding up a very nice standard. And Tryhards, like in many more positions, are looking to put it all in one burst of aggression, trying to push through, nicely CT spawn, maybe find their gate, and then push towards B. We've seen this before. Now can Unstoppables react to it within the given time? With the amount of silence that currently that's been upheld, I think Unstoppables have already caught on to what's about to happen.
They're ready to go with a longer angle here. D1 Fast is going to be a critical point to try and crux them away. Nice smoke on top of lay down low. There's the flash. There's the shot. There's the first blood opener, but it's back from Indigo. Well, blind. Hits the AWP shot. Now looking left, standing gets the headshot as well. It's another one back for Unstoppables. It's a 3v3. Joppa's gonna try and delay, but they are dead. A 3v2 without an AWP. Unstoppables is running out of players, running out of time, and Tryhards searching for a round that would get them one step closer to overtime. BB, the jumping shot is not enough, and the long hold surely seals his doom.
Standing still with that Molly Nate. He can play long range. One of the meanwhile, these ones are going to be the best one that BVC can right now work off of. And right now, while the plant is going to be post, it's going to be really interesting. There goes one for one shot. Can he truly do it? The long range engagement does need to go his way. He looks for the head. Can't tap it nicely. And it seems like he's going to have to fully focus on it. He has the defuse kit. And just like that, Unstoppables take it.
I mean, I can't believe
I have
it.
No words.
He was just in the open. He just stuck it. Just absolute Giga Chad said, we're going to win the map. We're sending it on to another. And it's a close one, but it doesn't matter how close it is. A win is a win. Unstoppables will not go out in the grand finals without taking a map first.
Absolutely. And before map number 4, like we always have, we will be right back with you in just a short break.
Even when you
feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
Two maps was not enough, or three maps was not enough to contain our grand finalists. We'll need at least 4 to decide a victor here today at our Season 4 finale of our Plausible Gaming Championship Series. Dilemma 77 and Puffo Bob appear on the entire day on the desk for everybody at home. It has been an honor to watch this series and 2 great teams battling it out. But Bob, like we said, we're going to have to go to at least 1 more to try and decide it.
And hopefully maybe even map 5 number of ways, according to how Unstoppable will be true to their roots. Because in the end, I mean, that was a really good performance at the very start. The 8-4 split really helped them along the way. Now, I definitely don't want to be sugarcoating it, but there were major slip-ups from the side of Tryhards, okay? Those shots onto the planter, onto the one going out, rather onto the one going for the defuse of the bomb. Those whiffs, especially with the op in the final few moments, last round, and one prior to it as well, or a couple, they were really not the best, but it still was a decent performance for both of these teams, and Tryhards were really close to keeping up with their score, only making us question how Mirage will end up looking.
Well, that's where we're headed for map number 4. Of course, we've got one final map of Ancient in map number 5, if we do need to go there. Of course, that would be if 2 maps in a row would be victorious by this Unstoppables team. They looked pretty good, I will say, on some of those fast hits, unlike where they've been kind of playing a little bit slower all day long. But as you mentioned, Tryhards, a couple mistakes here and there sprinkled in with a couple of those late round debacles. We'll see if they can bounce back. It was a pretty close map for them. I don't think they're super worried. They only lost by a few rounds overall. They can say, we had a few mistakes, let's group back together. Even though that was our map pick, we've still got the series advantage. And even if we go all the way to that decider, I feel like it's a map where it kind of, again, favors that aggression on the T side and that burst potential that they bring to the server.
It absolutely does. This is going to be T-sided, and like we said, it's some pros and cons from both these teams. It seems like most of the cons from the side of Tryhard were shoved into dust. Now they're looking to bring out the pros, mostly on Mirage. We haven't seen them on Mirage. Earlier, or rather yesterday in the semifinals, it was none other than Unstoppable playing Mirage. They won it, which is true, but at the same time, who knows what hidden potential the side of Tryhards have on this map, because it is known by everyone. Again, I'm really going to be sticking down to that point, that this is a map that is well known, well recognized, and comes down mostly to team chemistry.
Well, the chemistry will have to see who's got the better science experiment going into map number 4. It's a classic one here for these two teams, and another chance for Tryhards to try and close out with a victory. Of course, all this not possible without Plausible Gaming. Make sure you guys at home are checking out all of their non-toxic servers and tournaments that they've got running.
And if you end up missing any of the action here live, or maybe from yesterday, they also have a YouTube channel you can subscribe to and check out the highlights from going out to CS2. But speaking of CS2, there's some action to unfold. Unstoppables are making headway. Fast one onto site, planting down. Beautiful shots through the smoke. And Groy's there with an opener.
Nice little start here from the side of Unstoppables. They've got the site, they've got the control, and they pushed very, very deep. So Stanny and the rest of the crew are going to have to go aggro. And knowing Stanny, they want to try and pick up this clutch in the pistol round. There's a beautiful one-tapper slapper to the head. There's a second. His dealing blows like a slap contest.
What?
And it's Stanny's triple kill that blows open the site.
Blows it open and comes out with explosive mechanical giftedness there on the pistols. Normally you'd be very scared of Choppa when it comes down to these openers. And this opening round, well, let me tell you, is unlike anything we've seen. A lot of stoppers, a lot of checkers, but even more headshots to pop off for it. And towards this mid-round site, it seems like these USPs really painted the entire scoreline blue. And just like that, Unstoppables lost their first round, meaning now Tryhards can maybe start another run of their own.
We did get that little bomb down, so we'll have a little bit extra money to work with here in round number 2. It's not nothing, but it's not the full set that Tryhards had got for themselves, and especially getting somebody like Stanny and Rage Machine both on M4s. That is a tough prospect to deal with. Priez is going to be the one set up on those long apartment living lurks. Has a full set of utility. Chose not to purchase into the M4 and instead some delayal tools if they hear some audio coming through the livable scenario.
Abs here. Choppa looking to make the first move step on it. That's the best approach. Freeze's smoke definitely could be deadly. Now I'm waiting for the molly to pop, but it seems to be going in the wrong direction. There's the first one. The MP9 spray keeps on going, but can't find the second, as alignment won't be the best. And it seems like the T side is definitely going away with it. Unstoppable shut down any attempt of trying to stop them in their tracks. And Vanya here looking for peaks. He does not get the headshot, and that's going to be costing him dearly. Although Stanley can back him up. That's benches clear it out. 2 more players on both of these sides, and trying to push molly. It's going to be a great one. The Deagle really pops up, and that's going to be the flash muzzle. They're revealing the player is the final 2 from each side. They're on the opposite ends of the site, and one single bullet for each of them, I imagine, is going to be the deciding factor. Although Grois, he can tank a couple extra, and just not being able to read him, Vanya falls to Grois' hands, and Unstoppables returning a round of their own.
I mean, we said, who were those 2 important players to try and play the defense? It was Stanny and it was Rage Machine. Very early on, Rage gets nothing with their M4. We're just coagulated on top of by many, many Unstoppables players. And it's actually going to force a very early timeout here from Tryhards. Want to talk it over. They're going into a non-money scenario. But as we get to watch this replay again, look at those 2 key players. Priez really is the only one that does the work. Sure, Stanny gets 1, but lurking around that site with a close range gun against a Deagle is just never going to work out in your favor.
It really won't. Timeout really quickly here to be called, and honestly, I cannot blame it. We need to reevaluate what's good, what's not. Tryhards here, they lost quite a bunch of these gunfights unneedingly. There was many situations they could have come out on top with, and out of all the paths they could have taken, they ended up taking the losing one, where Unstoppables caught them in their guard, shut them down on the spot, got that one round up, and like that, not only is their eco going to be completely booming, they've shut it down for Tryhards, which are now mostly focused down onto pistols.
They're going to have a hero FAMAS picked up by Priez, who spends all of their money and still actually had enough money to buy in towards what would be a full set of utility because of last round, got that kill on top of a lower purchase. Unstoppables, though, I want to see what they do, how fast they try and go. It's going to be a correct gamble. The nade is just going to barely miss the hairs. And a little bit of a push forward. Stanny's going to lead the charge. On the other side, Seized, the first to enter it on and stacks them up for the double kill. The damage done by re-entry nades as well should be good to clear through. It's an enter. It's going to be the spray down for the triple kill. And everybody else falls to the wayside. Priez runs for the hills as they want to save their FAMAS.
Absolutely. Tryhards there with a single spray. Unstoppables really put an end to that push. Now, it was definitely a valid strategy. Many tend to do it. When they're caught off guard, enemies can really be pushed and punished when trying to push up ramp. Now, pistols, you play them up close. Ramp is the closest you get. And trying to read that move on from the side of Unstoppables was the best Tryhards could have done it. They just didn't execute it the best, especially when coming out for that swing. Especially caught off guard by that AK-47 spray, which put them both to bed. Now, with the plant down, Unstoppables, they're going to get themselves back onto a really good lead, and how we saw it on Dust, if they're half as decent, they can continue it somewhat into the second as well.
And it starts just round by round. I think the confidence that Unstoppables have shown, and when you go down 2 maps in any series, any best of 5, it's gonna feel really terrible. So to be able to work yourself back is nice. The nade takes Priez down to 65, a couple trades towards the end, and eventually saves it. We'll have to buy some new armor after the other one was broken in half. But yeah, back-to-back rounds, and I think it's been a nice little trend for Unstoppables, not giving over back-to-back rounds to start out these different maps. They're saying, sure, you can take the pistol, you can take that full 50-50, but as soon as we get weapons in our hand, we're just going to implode your economy, and that's exactly what's happened here in this round.
Under definitely being an interesting passageway to take over mid-side. Unstoppables, little do they know they're going to be going up yet again against the human house of USPs. Tryhards have nicely aligned themselves right by ladder, and the second anyone is going to look to place their foot onto short, it's going to be met with the demise, but it's the best way to save yourself when one. You try to take out some of these players. The guns definitely are going to be better. Well, let's take a look at what Groys is going to be trying to do. Rather, they're even on short, not by ladder. And right now, Groys might be having the biggest blunder of them all. He's trying to check all corners. He comes around with it. The flash is going to be greatly red. And there it goes, the cleanup crew. But 2 exchange for 1, considering they have pistols, is not the worst of deals.
It's not bad, especially because Priez is here with the FAMAS. Trace him down.
What?
Rage Machine dies on the other side, but it's a double kill from said FAMAS. Indigo has shown the clutch potential time and time again. He's an isolated 1v1 here against Choppa and wins it. 41 HP to go, and we're set into a 1v1 Wild West duel.
A duel it is indeed. But what are we doing, Indigo? He's trying to read maybe someone standing by tickets. Decade here definitely could be a worthy opponent, but we're already halfway down the timer. And without a kid, it's going to be a difficult one to get it in time. You're playing a game of loop-de-loop. He's on you left. You don't check the important calls. He could have been jungle. He could have been many, but just the wrong turn was taken, and that's where this Decade managed to clutch it up with the third one now going in the way of none other than Unstoppables.
I will say the damage is still phenomenal. I mean, you get 4 kills on a 4 pistol and FAMAS round, especially because Priez, this spray right here, had they had a few more bullets as well, could have maybe taken down the third. Some nice clutch potential there, and D1 fast off screen. The murder is too brutal. It takes the first blood on Vanya, who has only scored 1 kill in the 4 round starts we've had.
That brutal, that so brutal that PG-13 had to step in for a second, and out to get the ball rolling. Unstoppables, they've only gotten themselves 1 kill. Who says that that's just the first? The second is followed. There comes Decade. Indigo, not a clue what just hit him, and let me tell you, it was pinpoint accuracy by none other than Decade with that AK-47. Coming around towards Palace, BBC could be changing it all about with this flank to be huge, although site seems to be completely occupied by CT themselves, but 3 players spread across a huge line to split the map. But in the process, Unstoppable is not a single player to be lost. This is a great lead they've gained for themselves.
It is Stan E. You talk about the GOAT, you talk about a player to open things up time and time again. Not this time. The GOAT has been slaughtered, and Unstoppables will gain themselves a free and easy site. The problem for tryhards, I mean, you look at the money, $400 dues combined between the last 2 members, and that's just going to be another round going their way. Tryhards have to save again.
Look, I told you, once Unstoppable start adapting, they really become a force to be reckoned with, although tryhards can't even reckon with them. That's the main priority here. They're having trouble, and yes, while Unstoppables might be on this T side, the fact that they've already stacked up 4 rounds in their pocket and looking to continue scavenging for more and more and more is just such a dangerous opposition to go up against, and currently some bridges are starting to get burnt.
Time and time again, you've got to watch on where the offense is going, and honestly, Unstoppables, I think the bigger thing is D1 fast. You just hear the presence of that AWP, and it forces rotations away. It forces kills to go your way as well. Priez has been having one heck of a game, is second in the overall lobby in terms of kills, but 1 player is not enough. We need to see this team step up, and we'll see what they can do going into round number 6. The loss bonus will aid in their economy now. It's not something great, and D1 Fast is just dealing daggers time and time again.
The boost as well. Tryhards didn't have a clue. They weren't able to read it. And just like that, that op is put to work where it should be. A caveat passed down for one of these players, Indigo being the first one to fall. It's only a matter of question and time how many will follow in his footsteps. As Unstoppables, this is how they began it always. For the 4 rounds they've won, and looking to do it yet again for the 5th, with 1 minute and 20, this T side has really gotten a fantastic situation going on for them.
It's pretty good. They've played patiently. This is the Unstoppables mentality that we wanted to see work out. As much as their speed showed in that last map, their patience has really shined through here in this one. Of course, with 60 seconds to go, we have to be a little bit careful, because there is a 3-stack here. And guess who? Stanny is playing on the backside of Ticket, waiting with 3 pieces of utility to chunk them down. That smoke especially could just isolate this into a one-way entry. Instead, Stanny's just going to go for the shots. It's good for a headshot. Rage has got another. The jumping entrance, though, from Desi will put him down to the ground. Vanya's back, and it's all down to a 2v1. Sure, there's an AWP, but Desi's out of no man's land, and tryhards finally get themselves a good crunch play.
It's a crunch play, it was needed, not necessarily going to be breaking down the side of Unstoppables, but surely will raise their hopes, and possibly even round count from 1 to 2, making an uno to duo. That was Molly's and utilization from Unstoppable are still truly something extraordinary, but in the end, those jump shot all the way above Tetris, get yourself above stairs, on top, shut down 1. If they only had con covered just a tiny bit more, it could have been a different story, but the story's already written. On to the next page.
Who controls the pen? Who's got the well of ink in front of them to write down the next chapter and control their own story here in the grand finals? No more second chances. It is now or never, the season 4 crown to be gained. Indigo wants that crown. The quick scope deletes the first one. But guess what? Bye-bye. Headshot not even through the wall. The opener from Groyce will send it back to a 4v4.
Just like that, swept in return like Indigo. He definitely has mechanics to show off, but don't take Unstoppables for light players and out of account. Short, not being able to play off of it, but Groyce can definitely deny some rotation here, as in the meanwhile, Unstoppables, they're looking to have a slow-paced mid-push, maybe possibly even try and contest B-side, and making your headway to it is definitely going to be a difficult task, although currently, they're taking their sweet time precious with it. and not a single casualty, but these final few moments will be declaring how many lives will be lost.
It's only 40 seconds left to go. Unstoppables might have put themselves in another really tough scenario that their patience just doesn't wait. I think the smoke was just slightly missed up into the apartment side, so a free walk in from Choppa and crew. They've got the bomb there, but dueling is Priez, sending some shots over and then biding the patience. Grois will find a lurker. They've got a free sight here, but the bomb is not. Priez, the sole sight holder, will fall to the headshot of Choppa. And all of a sudden, Unstoppables, from danger to decimation, they found themselves a plant.
Tryhards from hunters to hunted. Currently, the final two are going to have to retreat back onto a play against anyone looking to interrupt, but Grois on these long-range battle fights has been uncontested up until this point and still holding the belt, the title of being an absolute monster. Now Unstoppables will be claiming themselves the fifth, meaning one round away, and they've already gotten themselves a draw in this first half. Tryhards on the meanwhile still need 3 rounds of catching up, looking into it, at least for the future after this one. And with currently how the performance has been looking, they have the next round to make up for it. Otherwise, it's going to be back down on pistols.
And that would be tough. I mean, you talk about the loss bonus still kind of being there from the early issues of winning rounds. But it's also interesting to kind of take a step back in this series and think about kind of how it's going. I mean, you talk about, sure, Inferno Train both picked up by Tryhards. Dust 2 was Tryhards' map pick that they just lost, and now we're on Unstoppables' final map pick. Ancient is our decider. We said it can kind of be a toss-up, and especially it can be less of a toss-up if one team is on a 2-map streak.
Absolutely. The first 2 maps really putting all of their energy into it. Tryhards have now been exhausted going on to Dust, but the recovery from Dust onto Mirage still hasn't come through fully in fruition, and that's going to be leaving them a bit burnt out going into these following rounds. It definitely shows the 5-2 scoreline, which is following similarly to how it was on the prior, but now it's up to Tryhards to break this streak. They need to make a difference like Unstoppables did in the first 2, and they're definitely already picking up the pace, but for the side of Tryhards, I'm afraid I can't say the same thing.
It's been slower, this map. Their final tactical timeout for the entirety of the game is going to be utilized right here. Unstoppables will have to see what they want to talk about as well. As we always like to say, not only do the team that called the timeout gets a timeout, but the team that didn't call it gets to keep reinforcing their game plan for something even better. We've still got a few rounds left to go in this half. And I will say, the T side from Tryhards has been really, really good. But the question is, how many rounds can they give before it's too many?
How many can they stick around for? Tryhards, are we going for the long run like we talked about it? It seemed like a sprint at the very beginning. Unstoppables are now truly turning it into a marathon. And right now mid, so heavily contested, one from under, Indigo finds the first, but little does he know they're exchanged for 2, thanks to Decade, who really wipes them right clean off the board. And that's these exchanges that Unstoppables have constantly been finding value off of.
Again and again, their duels down mid. I mean, Tryhards have not really been putting second or third players to try and hold back what has been a beautiful setup. Of course, with a couple players ready to send down mid as well. An interesting little look with M4s and AK as well. Everything ready to go on this Tryhards defense. And, of course, Unstoppables looking to bring back this map that they so choose. Looks like we're having just a few issues as we'll head back to our beautiful faces. Of course, can't have a Counter-Strike stream without the servers trying to explode and die on us.
Yeah, it's just simply something we can't afford. But in the end, you know, maybe it's going to be good for some of these teams. They get themselves a fresh breath air, and in the meanwhile also headspace to nicely clear out all these thoughts that have been going through when Dust and Mirage were clearing out, meaning that Tryhards can possibly get themselves, I guess, a technical timeout through the side of CS. If that works out in their favor or not, we're going to have to see on later. But currently, I mean, it hasn't been looking the best.
No, I mean, they've only gotten a few rounds, and we'll get to jump actually right back in to see if they can take a few more. Like we said, Ancient, the final and 5th map, if we need it. We'll right back into it, and of course, we get to see it off screen. It's just a clutch up from Priez as a 3rd round victory picked up by Tryhards.
Tryhard's got it just like that, off screen. Didn't get to see it fully in canon, so I guess it's going to be a bit of filler, but currently we could imagine that they went in hot, they went in heavy, and I'm liking that Stanny, although while he definitely is a very hot hand, Prees is also picking up the pace as well, but the rest of the players, Tryhards, you should really try to have some performance from them as well.
You want everybody to step up, and I think it's tough looking at the scoreline, especially of Rage Machine and Vanya, who still only have a combined 3 kills in the 8-round set that we've had in this map. Of course, each have stepped up in their own right, and not everybody can have a great map every single time. But you would love for these two players, their clutch potential was just phenomenal. Talk about a step out. Vanya's actually going to walk on the backside of the train. The locomotive start from Stan. He's good for a 1-for-1. And the FAMAS gets some good value. Vanya thinking about picking up their teammates' weaponry, and will choose to do so.
No recept there.
Okay.
Give it a bit of tries. Give him some time. He needs to focus his thoughts. Unstoppables there. An exchange staty for PVC. Definitely going to be one worth it, as those are going to be two of the major kill leaders from both these teams. Of course, not taking into account Prees. But some of these players definitely can pull out their own weight, and the teams. Let's see if Prees can keep up this title of being the real game changer right around the chopper. Gonna need to use this molly. Definitely pushes him back for just a moment, but he's standing in a peak moment. He finds the one. That's gonna be a second to probably follow up for it, but can't stick around for it as Groy shuts him down. But now Tryhards are quickly moving to try and get a swift shutdown.
Rage Machine swinging in here with that AK. Groyce gets the kill and limits Rage Machine to still just 1 on the overall map. Decade's got a kill towards mid, shoots their teammate a little bit, and it's all down to Indigo, who dies in the AWP 1v1 duel. What a response from Unstoppables.
A response indeed. And just like that, we have gotten ourselves a split. This is what Unstoppables have been constantly looking at, and now they continue it yet again. Like from the previous 3 more rounds, they could get themselves another great lead in the round count. Tryhard, especially being on pistols, will either need to find a thrifty or save for this one and possibly look to return it in the following.
Send it back from receiver to sender here. Bouncing it back through their round victories. And it is a nice little 3-stack, actually 4-stack, excuse me, sent towards the mid side. It's just this Tryhard's defense that wants to play over and over together, that they've used their communication to build up. This CT side has not been as fruitful as they've wanted, and they are just smoked off from any re-entry.
Pushing up window, great way to be hop on it, but the plant is already down. You're going to be forced to degles. Now Vanya has done some miraculous work with it, but not being able to tap those heads will make it all matter for not. Trying to go jungle, maybe a second rotation. In the meanwhile, Tryhards, I think their main progress is going to be trying to really deny any kills coming in from Unstoppables to limit their gain as much as possible, sitting right around the corner of their spawn from ramp, and D1 Fast is holding them at bay.
I think this is smart as well. If you can take out that AWP from D1 Fast, it's been so deadly. Spray down here, it is a 1-for-1, and AWP will die. We'll see if there could be anything more gained from BV or Groyce, and it looks like not. So instead, it's just some health bars chunked, and Groyce takes an extra headshot from the over-aggression of Priez. The nice thing about picking up that AWP is Indigo can now gather that weaponry. But a 3-7 half. The T side has been looking good here from Unstoppables.
Absolutely. Now, we haven't seen too much aggression from Unstoppable towards this mid side, and definitely won't be reoccurring this time around, seeing as Indigo has picked up that op, and we've seen what he can do with it. He's good with those hands, let me tell you that, for the least. Although Unstoppables, again, going to be focusing the major part of their team, really trying to split it 4-1. One going mid, maybe distraction at most, while the rest of them try to clean up A on their own.
To go for a unique entry. Prime number, trying to hold their own. It's Vanya who's got the numbers, and it's a quick trade on to Stanny. Tickets cleared, but it doesn't mean the site is quite yet. A nice little molly will do the burn down and push him away. DV's down to minimal, and Indigo. It's that shot through the smoke to cut down Choppa. It's 7-3 in the round count, but this round is a 3v4. VV low, but has that AWP. It's a nice little sandwich clear out. Taking a bite of it. It's going to be VV who re-enters, but nobody can clear out that AWP. Finally, it's the duos that work together. Tryhards, I love their shtick around here in this round, and it works out for a fourth.
Yes, it does. Unstoppable is going to this following one, just good enough to get themselves back on full utility, as this will be the last of the first half, going into map number 4, and Llama. Now it comes down to this decision. Do we have the same score we did on Dust with a 4-8 split, or can the curse finally be broken, and maybe a 5-7 for a change?
Oh, that'd be so fun. Such a close scoreline, such a great two-map set so far. After the initial two, tryouts really came out swinging. And as a reminder, in case you want to watch on our different platforms, we've got 3 streams going all at once, over on the YouTube, over on the Twitch, and over on X. And we're going to be sending out those secret codes here real soon in all of them, so make sure to stay tuned as Unstoppables look to clear out their final round of this half.
Full push towards Abs. This is going to be very heavy dedicated. Now, though, Rage Machine does manage to trade out one. That's going to be short. A really important position you want to hold over. Trying to molly, trying to flash, all you can do, but currently with a smoke on window, especially towards Market, it's going to be quite shut down. Vanya gets away with his life just for one, so a couple of bullets to be dodged. And meanwhile, these smokes have really been stopping him in his tracks. And just to make it better, Tryhards are pushing all of their players towards it. One behind Van, 2 on side. The molly there for shutdown stops it and just jumps into the action all at once, gets the one, doesn't spot out the one on right, and in the meanwhile, PVC is clearing them 2 by 2. All of a sudden, Unstoppables do put up a fight of their own, and one from behind, able to finish the job! It's Unstoppables, 4-8, and right now with a similar score for Dust, and looking to repeat what they did there.
A nice little halftime score, and again, Dust was not their pick, Mirage is their pick. The chance to turn things around and win the grand finals in 5. Decade is up to a 109 ADR. And you look on the other side, we get to see all of these picks and bans. Anubis, Nuke, they were taken out early. And Ancient will be the final map awaiting us. Shall we need it?
Shall we need it? And we want it. We've said it from the beginning, Ancient is something that piques both of our interests, and I imagine these players as well, especially Unstoppables, because the score of going on a reverse sweep would be legendary, especially against a team that has won most of their times being in the grand final.
2 out of the 3. They've been here to show up and show out. I think for Choppa and the rest of the crew, I'm excited to see this CT side because, as you mentioned, the same exact scoreline as that previous half. In that map number 3, they were able to convert it. But for Tryhards, I think this could be their moment. Their pistol round, their way to bring it back. But this could also set them so far behind.
They're on the wrong side of the map. Tryhards are completely locked in to try and push themselves over for Palace onto B. And they've already gained the position they need. The little hops there we get to see from BVC going to be nicely revealing them. He spotted that out for a second, and let's take a look at the map. Unstoppables are instantly going to be on the move. 2, 3, 4 players, all of them instantly trying to collide onto the side of Tryhards, who have already made their way onto site, found 2, and looking for the plant in the following.
Indigo's got the rabbit skin. Love to see it. And rocking their way into a 5v3. Nice little headshot wait. That's going to be a double kill for Indigo. Vanya has shown up. And it is a flawless pistol round with a full house on top from Tryhards.
House of Cards built up nicely. They get themselves not only the eco, but in the meanwhile, that pistol round was necessary. Now they can slowly start snowballing. Turn it into an avalanche if you may, but as long as you can catch up to the round like you did earlier, maybe even overtake as we saw it on Dust, that's going to be the main objective. But then after, you can't simply let go. We saw what happened on Dust. Again, we can't allow history to repeat itself here at Tryhards and let all that effort go to waste.
You put in so much work, both of these two teams, to even get towards this grand final. I mean, talk about winning those best of 3s yesterday. This is not where you want to falter. Sure, there's always a Season 5. Sure, there's always another chance. But you want to live in the moment. You never know when the team's going to be in this exact same scenario, when all the players are going to be as hyped as this. And of course, for Unstoppables, they didn't deny the plant. They didn't get that many kills. This 5-player stack is not snuffed out quite yet. But it looks like Tryhards are leaning towards a different side.
Not sure just yet. 2-3 split. Honestly, kind of a full 5 split. Just nicely coordinated between each other, trying to line up for any refrags needed. And while all of it is still currently at a standstill, and tryhards have not yet taken the initiative, they definitely have the upper hand, as the entirety of B is left open for them to instantly go for a plant. And look at how fast they are on it, while Unstoppables have realized their mistake.
Rage Machine, just clearing everything. Love to see the weapon inspect, knowing that there's just nobody here. The 5-player stack sending back from Unstoppables. They're going to go for a spawn side hold to try and wait their timing.
That's an interesting way about it, but we've seen tryhards do the same, so honestly, if they do it, what's stopping you from doing the exact same? And just like that, I mean, tryhards here are going to look to hunt him down. Rage Machine, little does he know, checking his right might be the best in an instant headshot. He falls, and just like that, we do have ourselves another round for tryhards.
I want to see what Vanya and the crew want to do here. They've got one flash. We'll see if they want to engage with it, but I mean, it is a 5-stack. A tough way to clear, especially you don't want to run over into the angles. A little bit of bomb damage, but that looks like all that it will be done. Stanny takes a body on top of everything else, but as you mentioned, tryhards get themselves a second in a row. That's a nice little reward for them, but we've got a reward for you guys viewing out at home. We've got our next secret code. The code is in fact Plausible Pop Flash. PLAUSIBLEPOPFLASH. Plausible Pop Flash. Enter it in the giveaway.
The chat, it's free, gets you only goods and a chance at victory. On the meanwhile, both these teams are fighting for the same, not for the giveaway, although for a possible chance of coming home as the grand finalists. And tryhards definitely can do it this map. They already have 2 up their sleeve, another one needed for the basket, and 2 rounds away. This round is going to be necessary if they want to start rooting the eco of Unstoppables. But Royce has a different plan. He swings out onto mid, he finds one to trade it off, but not for the double value that tryhards also managed to just nicely muster together. But the window, this could be a very hard one to work against, especially the player from under could be a difference maker. D1 fast is speaking a bit too much, but those shots aren't going to be connecting, and something to regret for later on.
I'm just worried about the HP bars at this point for Unstoppables. I mean, everybody below 100, everybody below 60 even. Tryhards have got 2 full players, one of them being Stanny, who's up to double digits. Priez alongside them, sitting at 13, tied for the top at the lobby marker here, and Vanya's starting to pop off as well. It's a good news here for Stanny, just sitting on the outside of Sandwich. But what do you want inside of it? Do you want some mayo on top? Do you want to sauce them through? Vanya's the lowest player, so realistically, they peak first. You can maybe trade their body out for a few more, but it's going to be a nice little flames key back towards the side of Ticket.
Stanny fighting Ghost. He doesn't realize 2 are going to be on CT. Plant is going to be going down, and the last one of the 3 will be jungle side. This nade going to be great. Can it deal enough damage? Yes, it can, as D1 falls to it. That shrapnel really doing big boom. And right now, tryhards currently trying to really push it all together and not going for the save. Unstoppable seem to have finally backed off of this final battle and will allow them to get away with this one, trying to save the M4A1Ss for the next one to follow, or maybe even interrupt anyone being around window.
You said this round was pivotal, though, and I mean, the money is just going to be terrible going forward. 3 rounds straight from tryhards. They've got everything built up, and I think even more than that. You talk about not only building up the economy bank, but building up that momentum bank, you could call it, where they have really started to find some rounds and find some confidence.
3 in a row is not shabby. It definitely isn't, and we've seen it on Dust, and I've said this many times, I don't like looking in the past, but it's the only type of statistic we can really work off of, where we saw tryhards, they caught up, they overtook, and went for about 5 rounds in a row, and that's exactly the position they're looking to aim for yet again. Now, maybe Unstoppables are looking to change it about with this round, especially seeing as most of them have force bot, but it's only up for time to tell. Oh no.
Nice little opener, though. Oh my gosh! Desi shuts down through the smoke. Indigo is just broken away by the Mad Lad. Tryhards, that is not the opener they wanted. The loss bonus from Unstoppables. They don't even lose a single point of HP as Groyce down low off the flash will trade 1 for 1. Vanya, Rage, Stanny, the three that remain from tryhards.
It's the right side of window. Fantastic lineup on the Molly. Will it force him out of position, or will it be just a bit too sure that smoke saving one's life, but not trying to retreat into those bullets? And now Vanya needed to retreat with his teammate, possibly going A-side, which has already been locked out by Unstoppables, not only from the side of Palace, but Stanley can't really make the correct approach over towards ramp. Choppa even pushing deep and might be interrupting some sort of plan here. The boost's going to be great, but what are we doing? Tryhards, this is not a game of parkour.
Parkour. Michael Scott from The Office time. See how it works out? Vanya's just gonna die. No! Into the hospital they go as Choppa sends the bodies flying. Unstoppables, their confidence is back. But it's Stanny. You never know with this guy. With 35 bullets in the magazine, that's a lot of kill potential. Choppa waits, goes for a little bit of a jump, a little bit of back and forth. Benny Hilling, round and round they go. And Stanley finally will look right, take the first. That's a headshot. Doesn't quite have the bomb. D1 Fast engaging from the other angle. 3 players at the same time. And D1 Fast will finally get their AWP shot.
One bullet. One bullet is all that D1 needed to finish the job. And just like that, we're going to need to see a full-on buy here from the side of tryhard. Some of these players are going to be even below that 1.5k mark, which is going to be a dangerous asset. But tryhards really don't learn their lesson. If you give Unstoppables time, if you give Unstoppables place, they will wander out into the most unpredictable positions and catch you off guard when you least expect it. So if this time around it doesn't happen, tryhards, you're going to be having to go to map number 5, I presume.
That would be off of 2 straight round losses for tryhards. Not ideal. I guess the silver lining in it all is you have one more map to play. You still have a little bit of a safety net. Not that you'd necessarily want to use it. It's filled with thorns. It's filled different things that will eat you alive. And Unstoppables here, they've still got that AWP, but it's going to be Choppa that opens up with a flash. A headshot through the smoke and make it 3. D1 Fast is ripping bodies, and Vanya's the only saving grace. The reload cuts him down, and Rage Machine is left on an island, although their entry kill will set up an ISO 1v1. Rage Machine dropping down, now going back up, and will just die. Decade delivers a poisonous blow. Unstoppables are on double digits.
Let's take a look at it from the perspective of the round count. Next natural one is going to be a forced save from tryhard. They're going to lose it as well. It's going to be 11-7. That's 4 rounds in between, and they were only 1 round separated not a minute ago. Meaning, these next few are going to need to be flawless. Or, Llama, we get to see Ancient, but let's not speak too early just yet, because it hasn't been decided. tryhard's fully pushing out to mid. You know D1 has that up, and he's going to be holding it, but you do manage to exchange it for 1. You do not have a molly. You're going long-range fights with pistols, which is not the worst decision taken in tryhards. There's the body bags.
Gonna need a cleanup crew on mid. Hire janitorial to go wipe down all of that. And welcome back, Choppa. Has been carrying the team for so long over the course of the last 3 maps. Deserves some of those kills. 4 out of the 5 players here from Unstoppables up to double digits. On the other side, also 4 of them there. Tryhards have been getting kills, just haven't been able to get rounds.
You sure you want to be contesting mid? I do feel like they're quite confident in it. There we go, Stanley going to be nicely projecting, finds the double, and it's going to be looking a bit more troublesome as Choppa, although D1 combination, they get themselves 2 just in return, and can they back it up? You see one, that's a single tap for Indigo, like we talked about it, 1 bullet, that's all going to be needed. The second spray coming about, but look at the HP on Indigo. He's barely just hanging on by the bare skin of his teeth, and the last one's trying to close in. Choppa with the M4A1S, which definitely can outrun this AK if used correctly.
There's so many places to look, though, for Indigo. All it takes is a few sets of sprays, and it feels like this could decide so much. Choppa's not looking the right way! 4 HP ends up being enough! The headshot delivered on a silver platter, and tryhards deny the map point.
Now, if that's not a way to go out, then I don't know, but it definitely will be a saving grace for just a couple of few. You want to distance Unstoppables from that match point as much as you can, and if Indigo is the way to go about it, so be it. Truly carrying this round on his back, shoulders must be burning, and those lats must continue growing, because that was a workout and a half, but currently relying on Indigo, again, tryhards, you should really try to work as a team and not go in for this to have a one-man save.
It's got to be all together. Whether you win, whether you lose, the game plan has to be decided as a team. No solo moments, D1 fast, making sure they can deny Stanny's entry. 14 kills on the save, and it's Prius just from behind. Incredible little breakup of the early op defusal. This means a rotation from tryhards. They're going to try and access, it looks like, through the apartment side, and instead they're just going to send through mid. Why not? Go, go, go.
Effort, we ball. Cade here, nicely looking at it. Short could have been completely cut down, and I believe that's what we're going to be sticking with. Indigo back on that op. This Galil ready to make some damage, but the M4 right around top on that scaffolding. Ready to change the course, the possible hope. Will they check it? That's the case. He looks away just in the moment. No, it's actually back in it for the perfect. Indigo returns the shot, but that's where they threw it. They did not go for every angle. One shot for the other. Chopper comes in for the refract. Could have been a bit dangerous, but that's where he stands. It's his middle name. 12-8. Tryhards 4 rounds in a row or nothing.
I would love an overtime, but I would love a map number 5 even more. These two teams have fought their hardest, and D1 Fast Op leading the team in kills right now. And then the spray down from Desi. Indigo, sure, you can show off in what you want. You can get a couple kills, but the damage was not enough. The team play from Unstoppables right now is huge. They are just one away from winning it.
Oh, hey, and that's a kickoff if I've ever seen one. Rage Machine taking the first of blame and having to leave the rest of his teammates in a 4v5. Now, one is returned, but this spray from Choppa, you can always expect him to be outstanding as he hits the double, trades it in for himself, and puts Unstoppables on the top staple yet again. Tryhards now need to find a losing situation, convert it into a better, which they simply do. One deagle from behind, headshot from Vanya, and that Maliante tickets might just be great, but it doesn't land the best. One through smoke for another. Do we see the last? He doesn't know all the positions. And just like that, Unstoppable will be coming out with their second map, meaning if their next one, Ancient, is for them to claim, and they manage to continue this streak, we will be seeing a reverse sweep, ladies and gentlemen.
We've gone all the way through each of the team map selections. We've gone to the default, the decider, the last one up and available. And boy, what a run back. The first two maps, we thought it was going to be not a close series. I mean, tryhards had blown open. Sure, the last two maps we've played very close in scoreline, but boy, Unstoppables finding a way to win it. A quick note, if you're watching on any one of our platforms, make sure you check out the YouTube for all those clips, and check out PlausibleGaming over on X. Hit that follow button to stay in the loop.
The beginning of an end about to be in just right after the short break.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Caught a coming in, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing on straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing, put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team, and if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching, and every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of life. Believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your
Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best. Teach a system, I invest, never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing.
You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire.
Four gladiators yesterday entered the arena, and just two remain, bloody and bruised. They head into one final game where we will crown our champion. It's the decider. It's map number 5, and it's still Llama77 and Puffo Bob up here on the desk. Bob, we have got everything we could have wished for here today.
We got it. We got all 5 maps. We got intense action. A really good start from Tryhard, but that has slowly steeped down further, and Unstoppable have been taking it away in the following 2, or rather the prior 2, which of course has led to the 5th map, Ancient. We have not seen it yesterday. We get to see it for the first time today. And well, all of this is thanks to Plausible Gaming. Plausible Gaming is the fantastic community-built, non-toxic community-built organization that we're working with, and again is expanding from CS2 all the way to PUBG to create competitions such like this. And you can get yourself involved. Join the Discord, use the tool, get some friends, make new friends. It's not a bad thing. Trust us, we have experience. And Llama, you know, just in case they missed on any of the action from previously, where can they go?
You can check out the Plausible Gaming YouTube and check out actually Plausible Gaming on all of the different platforms. Not only are they going to be posting highlights and those special clips you talked about from today's action from Counter-Strike, but also from their PUBG action over onto YouTube. But if you truly want to stay in the loop, make sure you're following Plausible Gaming over on Twitch and on X for those live updates and the nice little stream link with the highest bitrate.
Absolutely. So make sure not to miss out on it. And just like that, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the current performances. Tryhard in the first 2 rounds, they exhausted themselves. The following 2 rounds, they were not able to get back that energy. And now they need to really make sure that that fire gets burnt yet again. They get it fueled, and this final map works out for them. Because if not, Unstoppable will be making a legendary reverse sweep, which honestly, I think they've been earning up until now.
Yeah, we got word from production as well. This is our first ever Game 5 in the Plausible Gaming Championship Series of Counter-Strike. So we are witnessing history in front of us. It is game number 5. No more time to wait. Who wants that championship? Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. Pistols are going to be back. This is where you want to look out for players like Choppa. But Tryhards, they're definitely not going to be giving up heart just yet. Rice, nice little, gonna smoke it out. Trying to divert that vision and nicely just creating a silhouette around some of these players. Choppa's looking to predict, can't really get upon it. And no damage should be taken as Tryhards have now made a fantastic approach towards Donut.
We got a nice little work in. I think starting this round out with a little bit of force, forcing away Unstoppables, and then kind of forcing them to pick and choose their site selection, it is going to be Tryhards gaining a little bit of confidence. Stan E still has got a flash and can kind of delay the time even further after that bomb does go down, but it's just a straight up 5v5, and we know Unstoppable's retake is pretty deadly as well.
Wanya coming around to have a peek of his own while the plant is already going to be going down, and I don't think Unstoppables have a clue about it. Just like that, underneath their noses, they couldn't sniff it out, and now their senses have been fully blocked out, with Tryhards getting into the right positions, right time, and having more than enough space and time to work with. Unstoppables now need to really rely on clicking on these heads.
Gotta find themselves a way to win the bread here at the end of it. It's going to be everybody just walking through, sending into Priez, who deals the early damage, but it's Indigo from the long donut angle. This is why it's so tough to retake this site. You can just sit back and watch. Defuse comes through. The kid is there. The kid is there. Choppa just gets the defuse and gets the kills on top of it. Unstoppable's retake strikes again.
Yet again, we've seen it too many times on Dust, and the curse is back at it for another time. Earlier on Dust, for any that have missed it, and the highlights have not yet been uploaded, keep in mind, there have been 2 times where the defuse should not have happened, and it has. But a 3rd time's the charm, right over towards Asian, and if that's not a way to start off the pistol round, going in the favor of Unstoppables, I don't know what it is, but Tryhards need to get back on their A game, otherwise they're gonna get piled down under the snow.
It's starting to back up. It's starting to move away from their side here. And Unstoppables, they've already won 2 maps straight. You've got to imagine the confidence they're working off of. Now, Tryhards did get that plant, so it's going to aid a little bit in their bolster of their economy. They're not walking in with just straight-up P2K. They've got a Deagle on Indigo. It's been really deadly, but instead it's BP just sprang through. Why not lay down the clip and pick up a double? Destiny's going to pick up a 3rd through the smoke, and it's just D1 fast. It's got the 3rd. It is just 3 different players striking, and Unstoppables go flawless.
That's what I meant when I was talking about earlier when I said once Unstoppables get the adaptation through, they truly are a force. They are a menace, and it starts pivoting them heavily. They've adapted to how tryhards play in general. They've gotten that aggression down to line, and even some of the movement, they can start replicating in their own minds, going round for round. That's only the first two on the open, and slowly tryhards are going to start picking up that economy, which is going to be able to allow them to battle back on it, but not before this third, where they're still forced onto pistols.
They invested somewhat in that last round. Now all of a sudden, D1 Fast has a chance to shut it down. Stanley gets the first. Well, it's the nice little flash combination that works it back into a 3v3. Fast has got another flash from their teammate, and Fast is ripping bodies, taking names, and has already got themselves a 3K run. Guess what? The bomb is in no man's land again for tryhards to try and retake this. Stanley would have to go huge and doesn't.
Not a chance. Jaw-dropping shots, and Unstoppable truly proving why their name there sits. And currently, they still sit on the golden throne. Iron Gauntlet in the right hand, while the left is popping heads with those pistols. Bead guns, ARs now on both teams, fully loaded and stacked, ready to squabble this beef that has been ongoing for the past three. Can we finally put a stop to it, or will tryhards be forced to have Unstoppables get back in the driver's seat?
Talk about the story, talk about the driver's seat here. It is just going straight through to the other side of traffic and running over anybody that stands in their way. Tryhards were the team yesterday that were playing with confidence, that were knifing people over and over in the back. And time again, they have showed they can win. But it's this final map that has not gone their way. Ancient has fallen to the hands of Unstoppables. This time around, though, it's heavy donut control and no actual sight control on A.
Unstoppables earlier being David, and tryhards on Goliath. We all thought Goliath would easily win it, but the second we get onto map 5, the circumstances are changing. A spray there to take out 2. Blind, it doesn't matter. They can use 6th Sense, which is nicely going to carry them onto a double. Do we possess the triple? Knowing the go shuts it down, but not by walking through some fire, some flames, burning him down, some skin to be peeled, and currently 3-0. Unstoppables nicely even it out, trying to fend off this A side, but little do they know the rotation is about to switch the mood of swings.
I mean, Chop is just a dirty dog. Rotate all you want. That early double kill is incredible on that shutdown. And not even with a rifle or anything of the sorts. Tryhards, 30 seconds left. This is very unlike them. The slow pace, the rotation over. It's unfortunately going to be met with 2 smokes and a flame still available for Unstoppables. And with that time continuing to just dwindle down, it's a wait, it's a Desi double, and BV on the cleanup crew. Unstoppables should change their Facebook occupation to janitors, because they're cleaning up.
Get the mop, grab the shack, and start getting to work. That's what they've been doing. And by the looks of it, they're not putting it back. They're putting them into the dirt. Nicely 4-0, a forced timeout. That's what we're going to be seeing there from tryhards, because they've been overpressurized. And swings like these, not being punished quick enough, has really been putting them down south. Currently, the bearer of bad news going to be none other than Unstoppables, who are yet again going for it to nil. We've seen this on Dust. We've seen it on Mirage, and we get to see it for a third time.
And it's forcing these early timeouts. I think that's one of the bigger effects too. Tryhards just haven't had the timeouts in those late round scenarios to say we can talk it over when there's only 2 or 3 left to go, because they're having to use them so early. Unstoppable is playing some really good Counter-Strike right now. And you talk about it's a whole team effort. I mean, as much as we talk about Chapa and their entry clutches, D1 Fast has had 2 really good back-to-back games.
Really, absolutely, but we can take a look at the kills, and it's not just one single player. As for if we compare it to tryhards currently, Indigo's on 4. Some of these players haven't even gotten 1 kill. Prius, he's a bit of an on and off switch, and that really dictates how well the teamwork comes together. As Unstoppable, maybe some of these things hasn't gone their way after these first 2 maps, but they've bit the bullet, and they've started working together as one hive mind, and well, look at where that's got them.
It's all together. I mean, it is a complete teamwork here, and we were wondering for Unstoppables after that second map, after things were looking just so dire, and it wasn't just that tryhards had won those first 2 maps, but how dominant, how quickly they won Train, the best map Unstoppables looked on just yesterday in that best of 3. But instead, this time around, they have broken things open. It's back to Eco Decimation, and Desi is decimating the head of Vanya. Rage Machine even helps out.
A lot of Ds and a lot of openings here. Tryhards really have to pass it on. As plan B, A hasn't worked out, they keep on switching from one to another. And let's see where the C will truly stand. 1 minute and 5. 105's trying to count it down, but currently Unstoppables. They have not lost a single one of these players and still forcing on against Tryhards. We're playing aggressive back 10 on 1 rather than Deagles for 2. Indigo sticking to it the classic way, but it's a masterclass that Unstoppables have set themselves into the ground for. And currently through Donut, they look to extend onto site, but simply with one shot, that's not going to be done so easily. We're looking for headshots, but that's the only thing you're going to be receiving. Eating up bullets for breakfast and dinner, lunch as well, and Unstoppables have filled the stomachs of Tryhards.
The Dirty Dog takes the chomp chomp, gets the 3K, and opens things up even further. 5 straight rounds here. Of course, you're playing on the CT side, which is usually a little bit more favored on this map. But boy, it has been just shots through the smoke, mistakes on the other side, and nobody really being able to step up other than Indigo, who, by the way, is the opper. Shouldn't necessarily be the one to be at the forefront of all those fights.
Absolutely not, and neither should Sandy be getting kills like those because, well, they're more than promised. We just haven't seen that consistency, although maybe now is the time, because if not now, then never. And we already see the opening here looking good for Tryhards as they look to contest mid-side, but Unstoppables have nicely shut down that aggression, put it down to a cool, although fire is still burning bright, and Tryhards won't give up just so easily.
They're gonna fight. They still have this final map to try and bounce back off of. The question is going to be, where do they want to send it? They've got so much space up mid here, and Vanya's going to look for a lurk. But looking the wrong way could cost him. We'll finally send through these double doors to the top side. It's a 2-player swing. Vanya only gets the 1, but BV's got that re-clear. Now the problem is you've lost site control. A player down for Unstoppables. It's going to be a nice site take, but Tryhards have waited too much time, have actually allowed this re-entry. BV's here. There's a kill, along with Desi. It's the assist. Priez, one traded. Indigo gets the other, and it's all down to BV.
This was a huge mistake from Tryhards, but the fact that they came out with guns blazing still favored them heavily. Now, I'm going to explain just why, but in the end, we have to focus on BVC. He still currently stands a chance. Now, he can mow down 1, he can mow down 2, but unless that's going to be a count of 3, he will not be standing forward. Trying to go for the save, nicely backs out in nice fashion, trying to sneak it all through, and just like that, BVC goes back to his own. Tryhards had the sight for themselves for over 20 seconds, and instead of trying to push their numbers onto it and really make sure it's clear and sound, they waited, and just like that, BBC has picked up an op, got an op to work, and look, he is holding this briefcase, he's got the suit and tie, and he's being just about as official about it as he can be, as 2 get picked up, 1 final for Mercy, but it's Constitution kills nonetheless, and Tryhards with their first round.
It's a round that only 1 player survives in, as incredibly painful to walk into that next eco scenario. But we get to watch it again. I mean, Vanya's trade is kind of a nothing burger, but it pulls away that entirety of the mid defense. But the structure, setup, and takedown from Tryhards. Eventually, BV just picks up this AWP, steals a few others. But had Tryhards gone a little bit earlier into that site, they might not have lost as many members.
Second gear shift, and maybe this is a calling that Tryhards were simply seeking for, and AKs are going to be back in their own. Although this is a bit more CT-sided, I definitely will agree there. It doesn't mean Tryhards can't win it out. Now, some of these players from Unstoppables don't want to go into such early contention. They see how that can really negatively affect them. Although Indigo taking HP such as that with 41 to remain, not going to be a good starting sign, especially with D1. I want to be careful when peeking into fast as ACOG.
I do like this kind of slower setup, though, from Tryhards. They've taken some space, but it's not enough where they can be super punished by a stray frag grenade or a flammable to burn at their feet. It does mean they do have to watch out a little bit for mid. You see the stationary presence from Priez to watch and make sure nobody just walks on through and breaks their backline. The tough part about going up ramp is there are so many angles to watch, especially that pixel head peek is the toughest one to deal with.
Flash in the hand of Groys. not only would reveal, but also blind stun. And now it's time to pull it out, but he throws it towards his teammate. Not the best sign, but it works as distraction as long range D1 comes in for the rescue, but it's still against 3-2. One remains, last one for the op, and D1 clears them all out. That's a pop, pop, pop. And all of a sudden, tryhards are 5 rounds below, looking at another losing situation with a split being against him, and only up from here for Unstoppables.
I mean, tryhards just had no smokes. I feel like that's the toughest way to enter that site. Is just, okay, we've got 3 flashes. What are we going to do? Try and walk into this AWP who's safely around the corner. You see that one pop flash go out, but the shots were just perfection. D1 Fast is having a monumental series for themselves and is now up to 9 kills, tied for the first place overall with BV on their team. And we said those early timeouts are killer when tryhards uses their last timeout of the series.
They're caught in a bottleneck. Tryhards really need to find themselves a way to cap it out and easily get out of this bottle, because mostly, as they've been stuck against the 6-1 for many rounds, converting even to the 2 previous maps, which I will continue going back to, if they come from push to shove, they can possibly get an aggressing situation, but they're back on low money. They lose this one. It's 7-5 in the worst case for Unstoppables, and that is going to be the worst case. But you know what the best case here is, Llama? That there's going to be another secret code incoming for all of you loving to enter the giveaway. Anyone who's right now out on the seek for an AK-47 skin and the M4A1S as well alongside it, there is a code that is secret. You can nicely enter it to get yourself some extra points in the Gleam giveaway that will be linked alongside it. The code being Entry God Mode. In ENTRYGODMODE. Make sure to enter it and make sure to stay tuned because action is about to rise.
Get that code in. Get ready for the action, because Fast is just watching him. Fast is just watching him. Lets him fall through so he can take down the rest. And then it collapses. You've got donut control, but that thing is filled with some tart jelly. You take a bite, it splashes all over the face. You've ruined your outfit. And D1 Fast has ruined it by spraying down the backline. Now it's 3/4 left to go. Desi's got the re-entry, and they're just gonna keep smoking off Donut. Go after go, they will send. Desi sprays even more as the defuse is already done. D1 Fast with another monumental round. Unstoppables up to 7.
Give Unstoppables time, and they will truly become the unstoppable force they claim to be. Over time, they've been able to build up such a consecutive round win percentage that in the following 2 rounds, rather the prior 2 rounds, they've been going at it ham for ham. They haven't been absolutely just going out to town, right? This is the same way. Yes, maybe it's CT-sided. Yes, maybe tryhards can come back in the second half. I'm not saying that's impossible. What I'm saying is that right now the performance has been absolutely thrown off, and tryhards have not been able to keep up with it, which is a very scary factor going into the case that this is the final map of the grand final, and Unstoppables are looking to reverse sweep tryhards.
I feel like it all starts here if tryhards wants to do something about it. And as I say it, isn't that just a speak into the existence of the world? Unstoppables, another D1 Fast shot that connects, who is, by the way, sitting at $11,000. If the AWP wasn't enough, has enough to buy 2 more on top of it. Choppa's got the headshot, and it continues to fall apart. The hearts are breaking here. The good news is the bomb is there, but no longer is a player. D1 Fast on a double kill.
What's a bomb without someone to plant it? What's a bomb without someone to carry it? And what is tryhards without 3 players, Rage Machine and Stanny, needing to clutch it up, with one of them already left out for dead, and the second one right around the corner, not anticipating Unstoppables to be waiting for them in line, and acting accordingly to how it's supposed to go up to the task. That's what we've seen the step up here, and one after another, they fall. 8-1. Earlier was 8-4. If this gets any worse, I already start shaking in my timbers.
I think the timbers are going to be shivered already for tryhards. They started up 2-0. I mean, they started in such an emphatic fashion, but it is starting to go awry. It is starting to go away here on Unstoppables. The performance has been deadly. Chris is going to send out another nade to deal even more chunk damage to start out these rounds. Choppa's got a free highway right to the back line.
Look at Choppa, he's pushing up so aggressively, and now he's even gonna go topside, nicely trying to advance. He's checking the right, it's on the left, he gets himself to a cubby, and that's gonna be an opening kill just like that. Priest falls, and also making advancements like that completely off the tryhards and their lineup, their tempo. They're not looking to maybe get that refract by pushing on the site. Do we try and follow up with one of these players? Rage Machine has the answer, and just like that, an opportunity has opened, one for another. They're gonna be adapting to how the positioning from Unstoppables was layered up from earlier. One shot from DFast, although completely changes the tide. Another one followed. You're damaging your teammate Choppa in a 1v1, similar HP, 20 to 39. One or two bullets, enough to finish the job, but you just need to scout him out. No utility, not from one. The other, though, could possibly still have something up their sleeve. Vanya looking to clutch right around the corner. I think Choppa knows it, but doesn't act accordingly. The final pre-fire there. Vanya greatly executes, although this is the second round for the side of tryhards. That being the second out of the 10, I'm kind of getting worried here.
I am too. I mean, and especially because that round is not something that was super planned. It all comes down to just a clutch scenario. Choppa gets a free route to the back line, and sure, it's just mayhem inside the site. Choppa damages their own teammate. Had they not done the team damage and reduced themselves down to 30 as well, it could have been a much different story. This time around, it's, again, Vanya who has to look left as cave control, mid control. Oh, the control is there for Unstoppables. A 1-for-1 trade. Sends a look back, though, into cave. Choppa's just waiting. Choppa's just waiting on the other side and kills Rage Machine. Desi sure dies in the process, but it is just really tough to take this base. Vanya, good for one. Tryhards have a positive player scenario for the first time in a while.
Great recall control, and as we're closing on the final two rounds, it seems like tryhards really want to make it as best as they possibly can. Their efforts aren't going to be going into nothing, and Priest, Vanya, Stanny up against two. D1 Fast is something you really want to be catching on to as quickly as you can. Now, you do have a minute. The rotation on is going to be perfectly executed, and it seems like they've already made great headway. The HP isn't necessarily the best. Most of these players are going to be sticking around that 40-50 mark, while the Unstoppables need just a couple of bullets to put them into the grave. But D1 Fast, BVC, they haven't caught on to where tryhard's movement is aiming at.
They have D1 Fast, though, in this round. I think that is incredible to try and go for this retake. Of course, VV is a little bit low on money with 950, but definitely could receive a buy from D1 Fast. Shall they need it? Here comes the nade to destroy that smoke. Stanny takes the brunt of it as well. It actually is just a damage nade instead of a vision nade. D1 Fast has to wait for the smoke again, and it's going to be a backup. Unstoppable is not going to go for this one, wanting to commit to that next round. Tryhards are going to get 2 in a row, but it costs them so much again.
Cost them so much indeed, while Unstoppables have been building such a great foundation of not only economy but rounds alike, it meaning they can go into this final one of the first half either to try and activate the curse for their enemies out of full pity, or possibly just to win it out for the sake of going either or that, or we follow the same tradition. Tryhards, the final 3 players end up dying. Now, 2 of them due to bomb, and the last one due to them being caught hook, line, and sinker, a trap set up by one of the CT players. And just like that, although the round is won, that's not the best way of going out.
I mean, look at the utility. It's going to be limited down to just 10 pieces overall. A lot more smokes than anything else here, so tryhards will see if they want to try and force to get that 4th. They've got weapons, they've got armor, that's the most important thing at this point. But what they don't have is an AWP. D1 Fast able to just cut down some of these angles. Grice through the smoke, hits a body shot to blow things open. Pulls out the pistol for the extra bit of movement speed, and will head their way back safely into the cave.
Ooh, slicing them in half. That's where Vanya won't be able to stick for the long run of this round. The final one, round 12, looking big, but even larger for Unstoppables to make a change, to make sure this 8-4 doesn't consist, although they've been able to finish him out. This round on Ancient, they're not looking ashore, don't want to risk anything. And some of these players from tryhards have taken a blunt of the damage, looking at 58. And still, although their artillery and utility might not be there to support them, hopefully those guns and gun skill will be, but I don't think that's happening. incoming! Desi comes around, Priest will fall to his hands, and just like that, Stanley returns it onto Chopper, which is a great exchange, and they've made headway onto the same side yet again, with the smoke not being able to land on time, but the op short surely does. Indigo returns it, and Tryhards with 2 players, Unstoppables with 3, numbers out at a disadvantage, and it keeps on raining down with the final say. T1 Fast puts it in, and a coup de force. Just like that, 9-3, Tryhards. They are not looking the greatest here.
133 ADR from D1 Fast. 17 kills. I mean, an absolute descriptor of what went down. And you talk about Priez. You go back to maps number 1 and 2. Felt like the all-time great has 1 kill in 12 rounds.
That... I don't want to comment on it too much, but I think it's really keeping up the tradition of what we say, that Tryhards at times rely on certain players, or rather certain players can't be relied on.
Feels like you said, kind of a flip of the switch, and when those players aren't on, and when they're off, it really does break the mentality. Stanny, one of those players who's had a really consistent series and earns themselves a nice early headshot. The problem is, you got a site falling apart. D1 Fast with that opener pushes back Vanya, who finds a headshot, sure, but the bomb is down already. And now a safer donut position, a reduel on the 2v2. Desi, D1, and BV all earn their kills. Indigo, it's all up to you, lad.
That's a first, that's a second. All 3 connect nicely for the final. A couple of whiff, but in the end, Unstoppables with the following round. The first one into the second half, and also that being the pistol will be giving them just enough of a bonus to get themselves back on track where they left off. Guns are going to be looking golden. Utility going to be most important on a map like this with a tactical timeout, and Tryhards need to use this time to really get back in order, because not only do they need these 3 rounds following to go their way, but the next 7, or maybe even more as well.
They're going to need everything to go together. It feels like this round, you also wonder what the choice is going to be. As much as I would say, don't overinvest, save your money, it could kill the entirety of the half. That single investment, a single deagle, really could change the tide. And it's also important to note, this is an Unstoppables timeout, not a Tryhards timeout. So both will get to some time to talk it over. Tryhards, I don't think have any more tactical timeouts available. Used both of them in the first half.
Yeah. Tryhards really do like just spending them all as soon as they can to maybe get as good of a first half as they can. But that doesn't always end up working in their best interest. So, going in towards quite a closing in opportunity and traversing on to round number 14 here. Much is inevitable, but what's certain is the fact that there is a great lead here from the side of Unstoppable, and they've been working hard to get it, so it's much more than just deserved.
Absolutely. Feel that, and I feel the flames already starting through mid. That's what Unstoppables want to deny to make sure nobody goes over aggressive. They know Tryhards don't have the money. They didn't get too many kills that last round, but it's also the bomb plant aided in 2 really big rifles. Desi, BV, they both got their weaponry to try and put the pressure in. And I want to see Tryhards, what they've got in this round. They've really got to do some damage, and unfortunately for them, the 50-50 just doesn't go their way. They've only got Rage Machine here, who sure hits some shots, but doesn't take any kills.
An ultimatum where this is all going to be headed, nicely going down for the plant, and Tryhards fully rotating, even going for the long way about it. Full sight right around, trying to even approach T-side spawn, and currently with nades, everything being chucked at them. Unstoppables are not letting go of the steam. They want the 11th round badly, not only because some of these players want to get back on those ARs, mostly Groy's, D1 Fast, Choppa, like all 3 of them as the Seed and BVC are the only ones who can really back it up money-wise, but Tryhards are going to let them have it. They want an economical game going into the future as well. So with that decision, they're simply going to let it slip.
Giving away big number 11 here to Unstoppables as they go on the search, the safari hunt back through spawn. Or not. They just wait the patience, both teams staring, not knowing that they could be right on the other side of things. So all 10 players survive in that round. And it will be Unstoppables moving one step closer to a series victory.
Ultimately, it was a wise decision. If now you can end up backing up around 8 rounds to catch up, or of course 10 rounds to stop Unstoppables with reaching overtime certainty or maybe a victory within regulation. Now Tryhards, I don't know how they're looking on the mental, but I imagine it hasn't been the best of toll with their current performance.
It's gotta not feel good. I mean, you were up 2-0 in map count. Maps both 3 and 4, you can say you battled in, but I feel like at some point it gets even worse in the mental. That says we were right there. We were so close in both of them to take it. Gets us a chance to win it all though. Here's the spray down. It's good for 1-2. Headshot on the second. Destiny's got the shot through the wall, but Indigo's got the retrade. The bomb is down inside of the site of A. For the crew of D1 Fast and Groyce. It's not the best weaponry in the world, but Indigo is really the only one that can battle against them with an M4. Vanya's got the deagle to the dome, and a send forward from Groyce will send it in to a 2v1. Back through Donut, the re-smoke here from Vanya, and then the spray back, a couple traded bullets. But with still 60 seconds to go, there's a lot of time to rotate up.
Going right up top mid. Nicely trying to go through Temple as well. He spots one of these players, pulls out the knife, but doesn't want to pull the mistake pulled by many in the past and wants to keep his gun in his hands. Now, rather going for the save, he doesn't want to back off of this fight, but I think this is where he almost shows to fall. 23 HP, standing strong, time still trying to peek it out, but he's working against 2 angles. Nicely retreating back, trying to push on Donuts. And with no chances here, there's no possible way a slip-up can be made. Turning your back onto the side of Vanya with only one result to be given. MP9 for the final, and Unstoppables with a loss of their own. But that's not the greatest of setbacks, as they have plenty of chances available.
Absolutely. I mean, up 7 rounds right now, and the damage you are able to do as well. Just absolutely insane. Again, on a knife's edge is this Tryhards economy. And they really just don't have free rounds to give. It's going to be a dual AK setup with an extra rifle and 2 MAC-10s on top of it for Unstoppables. But it is Indigo's AWP. When they have activated that, it feels like Tryhards have looked so good.
Spine chill to push through on it. Unstoppable, such low HP, and as well looking a bit more rusty going into these ones. CT really giving them a difficult time. And while Tryhards might seem fluent on it, just a single slip-up could be causing a lot more distress than it seems like it. Again, keep in mind, everyone, 1 round and Unstoppables have match points, meaning Tryhards have a lot of catching up to do still yet. And currently this aggressive push definitely is going to be working nice. Almost team damage, not going to be working best, but still in the meanwhile trying to push it on towards Pit. Get yourself onto lab, take out this player, so they do. Choppa gets another double spray from Prees on through smoke. Doesn't need the vision, but doesn't need the vision to stop down the plant as well. What are we doing, Unstoppable? We haven't committed to it, and this wall bang is where it stops. Choppa's nades, take it out, D1 Fast, and connecting all in the most beautiful fashion. Tryhards by the final moment in the greatest mistake of Unstoppables. They even sabotage themselves.
And it is literally milliseconds. Literally milliseconds. If he gets that nade off, it pushes away. It keeps that round alive. But no, it was the throw as the death came and fell right at the feet of the teammate. Tryhards get themselves another round, start to move it, and Unstoppables are going to say, we don't need to full invest. We don't need to go for these half-buy rounds. We have so many rounds to give. We're just going to buy up into some Tech 9s, maybe some P2Ks, and see what we've got to burn.
It's bright. Ooh, but Vanya might have caught on to a bit of a hit. Through mid, he punishes one. Indigo prior to it is going to help him. A pat on the back through teammates, as they're going to be looking at a greater numbers advantage and trying to push back up against him. These close range gunfights have really been greatness. D1 Fast with a second into this round, and Tryhards now still trying to approach and fight against him. They get one, the bullets are running out, and simply using this mid pillar to your advantage as Rage Machine finishes off what was started. And Tryhards now, a couple of rounds in a row, Unstoppables being caught up too, and mistakes being more and more common as we go on.
And it feels like as the day goes on as well, maybe not as much mistakes, but also just tension. I mean, these players have been playing for 4 hours, almost 5 now of Counter-Strike, and really good Counter-Strike at that. So to stay locked in at every moment, that is what they want. They want to be the ones available. They want to be the better team, but only one can name themselves there. Tryhards, a great little round streak, but finally Rifles are back in the unstoppable side.
What's there to put the brakes on these players? They're going into second gear. Tryhards are a new team and looking to make a comeback, but they can't let go of this. The graph they are currently holding over Unstoppables is greater than ever. And if they keep on holding them, put them into a chokehold, and then just nicely, slowly put the pain away. Tryhards, this is your moment to put Unstoppables into a position where they don't want to be. But the second you misinterpretate a sort of action, it could all be going downhill.
Talk about hill, talk about a ramp going uphill here. Unstoppables right into the force. It's a 1-for-1, but Rage Machine trades it out again. A double kill puts them down to the dirt as just one left. Waiting too long. Unstoppables run into an immovable object. Tryhards now cut the lead to 4.
Now this is the matchup we were looking for. All the way towards the 5th map, we had considerations for both these teams. We got expectations, and now they're both letting it rip in these final few moments. Tryhards really giving it their best to make sure and even out the score, doing a fantastic job at it. Unstoppables, though, starting to slowly lag behind, and that's just the greatest merit between the matchup, the rivalry we're currently getting to witness. As 7-11, 2 rounds to change it, but Unstoppables, they just can't get back on their feet.
Need to find it. It feels tough on this T side when there's players like Priez who just keep on succeeding. And it's time and time again how they started this map to how they are now, but D1 Fast says hold on just a darn 2 in second. We've got your weaponry, we've got the player advantage, and we've got an AWP that's going to be swapped over to Groys. It's Steony that needs to do a lot. The kill leader on the side of Tryhards earns another headshot as the 2v2 box play proceeds.
Bit of a dink. Gonna be dropping you down to low. Rage Machine. Oh, you're gonna need to help out Stanley. He goes for the defuse. Gets taken out from backside. Up right nicely on precision. Going for another. Do you not learn your lesson? Groys is gonna keep on abusing this fact. The molly sticks it through. And why are we picking up the Tech 9? This is not the greatest, maybe for close engagement. Trying to stick it through. He sees the head. He pops it. Unstoppables. Due to the smoke not sticking around for long enough. They get themselves match point 7-12. Tryhards now 5 in a row without a single mistake. Can they do it?
It felt like a good run back, but we have to remember at halftime, the 8-4 scoreline, the bring back here with the +2 rounds on top of that. Unstoppables have so many chances now, and even if they lose 5 in a row, we'll go to overtime anyways. A 3-player stack out mid. Tryhards are gambling everything on this push. They have left only one man in Stanny to hold all of the coverage, pushing their way. The pixel peek, it's not enough! The flash goes in! The seconds traded! Dessay's got it! Unstoppables are on the Iron Road.
They're looking golden. Just... You know it? They walked past each other. And Tryhards, that could have been a golden opportunity. The ticket could have been there. They were holding it over. Vanya's just right through the smoke, and they don't realize it. And Choppa finds a double. The final one, and Unstoppables claim it. The reverse sweep is real. And just like that, we have a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, champions will be none other than Unstoppables with a very horrible start. A 0-2 loss, looking like certain death, but managed to bring it 3 in a row, with this last map being quite a struggle, but still pulling through. And these will be your CS2 PlausibleGaming champions.
Well deserved. Our first ever full 5-game set in a grand finals. And you talk about Unstoppables taking down a team in Tryhards who have been here 3 out of the 4 times. Incredible. The good news for Tryhards, there is always another season, and we congratulate them in their early series, their path to get here. but overall, Unstoppables, the championship mentality and how they worked, how they fought in those last 3 maps, they were very close. Single round sets, single clutches over and over again is what decided it, but they worked together as a team, and officially they can crown themselves champions.
Crown themselves champions, the myths, the legends, the winners. And while though it might be a learning curve for some, the others come out on top. And just like that, we conclude the map 5, going the full way we hoped for, Llama. Our wishes were granted, and we got ourselves a legendary battle that we had hoped for everyone here along the path. Thank you so much, the production crew in the background, making this a fantastic experience, everyone along it. And thank you so much to thank you so much to Plausible Gaming, who allowed all of this to happen. Join in, make sure you're in the community, non-toxic community that welcomes everyone with open hands, and of course allows every competition like this to be. Make sure to join on in, gather new friends, gather friends around them. And I mean, we talk about CS, Llama, I just wonder, will there be another?
Of course, the seasons are going to continue, and it's only a few short weeks away. Mark your calendars. July 13th and 14th is our next selection dates for our semis and grand finals. Of course, it's been an amazing weekend, and we couldn't have done it without the crew behind us. All of the production crew rocking all the amazing observing, Plausible Gaming for providing us just this amazing opportunity. And Bob, it has been a pleasure calling with you as well.
It has been a pleasure to be on this desk with you, Llama. I hope to see you more around. I hope to see every viewer here come back, join Plausible on their path. Same goes for production. Thank you so much to the players as well. But with that, like all good things must come to an end, we will sign you off, and we hope you have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting.